Just hold on a second, just to admit a few more people, and then we'll start the conference. Can you hear me okay, Sarah?
Yes, I can.
Just want to make sure we get the translation when you start. Let's give it 3 more minutes, and I'll enter people, and then we'll start at 5 past, if that's okay. Thank you all for joining. Those that have just joined, we're just going to wait until for 2 more minutes, and then we will start the conference. Just letting a few more attendees in. You'll see in the chat that there is, we're live on YouTube in 3 different languages and also live on Facebook. The links on there are in the chat. Need some more smiles this morning. Got some nice pictures coming up of people. Okay, so what I'll do first of all is just remind everybody about the interpretation button at the bottom of the screen, depending on whether you want to hear in English, Romanian or Ukrainian. Can I just check that everybody can hear me with a thumbs up? Okay, interpreters, everything okay? What I'd like to do initially on this conference for the Animals of Ukraine is introduce Sarah Carr, the Chief Executive of Nature Watch Foundation. I'm old enough to work with lots of different organisations, and I love working with Nature Watch because of what it does, helping animals around the world. But I'm sure Sarah will fill you in a little bit more about the tasks and everything about Nature Watch. So from now, I'd like to hand over to Sarah.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm Sarah Carr, as Mark said, the Chief Executive of Nature Watch Foundation, and we are the hosts of this Animals in War conference. Welcome, and thank you for registering. In 2020, Nature Watch Foundation started planning for an animal welfare conference to be held in Ukraine, with the purpose of bringing together experts, organisations, and interested individuals to share knowledge about animal welfare. But when Ukraine was invaded earlier this year, we questioned whether it was the right thing to do, to go ahead with a conference. But we quickly realised that there was even more need, and that the people were deeply concerned about animals caught up in the invasion, and that people wanted to know what was going on and what needs to be done. Over the past 2 years, for a very different reason, we've all had to adapt to hybrid or online conferences and meetings. And so using this technology, we are able to go ahead with the conference as we'd previously planned. So over the next 3 days, we have an incredible lineup of guest speakers from Ukraine and around the world who will present on why animals are important in the community and how the war has affected their welfare. I'm so pleased to say that we have more than 200 delegates registered to attend the conference, representing more than 22 different countries, and this number seems to grow by the day. Presenters will explain what has been achieved so far and what still needs to be done. Our international speaker list reflects the amazing work that has been taking place to help animals. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from the speakers. It is a real honour for me. So Nature Watch Foundation has organised this conference because we've been working in Ukraine since 1994. We were horrified by the Russian invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022. For nearly 30 years, we've seen firsthand the kindness and compassion of Ukrainian people, whether it's through our training with the police forces, our spay and neuter work, or through our animal kindness drawing competitions with school children. It's clear that Ukraine is a country with a huge heart. My colleagues, Mark and Kate, will talk about Nature Watch Foundation's work in Eastern Europe later in the conference, and how we try to quickly adapt our work to help animals in Ukraine following the invasion. We are a UK registered charity, and our mission, unashamedly, is to end animal cruelty and advanced animal welfare standards around the world, no matter where it may be. So for people that don't know, alongside Nature Watch Foundation's work in Eastern Europe, our other campaigns include tackling illegal and poor welfare standards in the breeding of dogs, combating wildlife crime, and campaigning against the continued use of millions of animals in science every year. We are strong advocates of working in partnership with other animal welfare organisations, governments and enforcement agencies to deliver the very best results for animals. In keeping with this ethos, Nature Watch Foundation, very quietly behind the scenes, also coordinates World Animal Day. It's a global recognition for animals, and it takes place next week. World Animal Day has been celebrated on October the 4th for over 90 years. In 2007, we launched our voluntary ambassador programme and began on the journey to appoint at least one in every country. We currently have a team of 93 ambassadors representing 73 countries around the globe. And we are welcoming new ambassadors all the time. So if you know anybody who would like to be a World Animal Day ambassador, please get in touch with Nature Watch Foundation. Our voluntary ambassadors connect millions of animal advocates and successfully unite the animal welfare movement in celebration of this special day. We also financially support World Animal Day with an annual grant to deliver a specific animal project for which our ambassadors can apply. And those people that get our e-shots and emails will have seen the winner this year. On October the 4th, a week today, we'd love for conference delegates to take to social media and use the hashtag World Animal Day. So that's next Tuesday. Share your love for animals all around the world. It starts in Tonga and ends 48 hours later in American Samoa. Last year, World Animal Day reached over 100 million people on social channels and in the media. And the Nature Watch Foundation team will be working through the night to keep our love for animals trending on social media on October the 4th. So please do take part and use the hashtag World Animal Day next Tuesday, October the 4th. So back to this conference. At the beginning of this year, everything changed for the people and animals of Ukraine. Lives have been turned upside down, and huge numbers of people have been forced to flee to neighbouring countries, many taking their beloved animals with them. This conference will highlight the situation with animals in Ukraine. It will be an opportunity to learn from what has happened to enable a safer future for all animals. It is a chance to hear from global experts how societies can be made safer for animals and people. So thank you again for all the participants and the amazing speakers. And I'd also like to thank all my Nature Watch Foundation colleagues, volunteers, and our partners for all the work behind the scenes to make this conference happen, and in several different languages. I'd like to now hand over to my colleague, Mark Randall, who alongside Natalie Sorokopud and Kate Parker manages Nature Watch Foundation's animal welfare work in Ukraine. So thank you again, everybody. I am so delighted that this conference is taking place, not in its original form, but meeting the needs of today. So thank you again. Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for supporting the conference, which I'm sure is going to be really, really exciting. Probably with a few technical hitches, probably with a few smiles, laughs, questions. We're going to go through everything in the next 3 days. So what I'm going to do, because we're getting attendees that are sort of dropping in as they start to wake up around the world, I'm going to go over some of the admin now, and then I'm going to go over some of the admin again when I finish talking in this particular section. So very, very briefly, to make sure everybody knows, if you want to listen to the conference in English, then you can just do it live, or you can go to the translation channel, which should be on the bottom of the screen. If you want to listen to it in Ukrainian, then go to the translation button at the bottom and select Ukrainian. If you want to listen to it in Romanian, then again, go to the translation button at the bottom of your Zoom screen and switch to Romanian channel. Now, we will take questions, but it really depends on how many questions are coming through as to how we manage them. But if you've got any questions, please pop them in the chat for now. And I'll update what we're going to be able to do with those a little bit later after I've finished talking. So thanks again to Sarah. She mentioned several things which I'm just going to go over about the work in Ukraine. In 1994, the then chief executive of Nature Watch Foundation, John Ruan, had a vision to start helping animals around the world and formed Nature Watch Foundation. He very, very quickly took over a passion for doing something in Ukraine at that time, 3 years after independence. The work at that time was really based around the zoo, about humane education, about developing the shelters, and about the initial spay-neuter programs. And he carried on that work for a number of 20 years till he passed away, and his wife took over as chief executive, Caroline. Anybody may know her. I came into the Nature Watch Foundation work in 2018 to start offering police training. And when I came in, there were 2 representatives working in Ukraine, Sasha, who now no longer works for Nature Watch Foundation, and Natalie. And just a very, very brief word about Natalie. Anybody who's putting conferences together knows that they are an intense amount of work, incredible amount of work. And the amount of time that Natalie has spent putting this together is phenomenal. So I have to thank Natalie very, very much for all her hard work in putting this conference together today and tomorrow and the next day. So 2018, I started doing sort of some police training and working with animal groups around the country. And we did 13 cities. We've been to 13 cities now. Before COVID, it was visiting in person. After COVID, it was virtually. And that's where I met Alessia from Four Paws. And it's really important, as Sarah was saying, that we work together in collaboration, because the animals deserve us to do that. It's not about us, it's about the animals. So it was great to meet Alessia, and she introduced me to working in Venezia, one of the cities. And I think it's probably today or tomorrow we'll be hearing from Alessia and about the work that Four Paws have been doing across Ukraine. We're also today going to hear from Marina, one of the lawyers that helped introduce Law 2351 last year, and I'm sure she'll be talking about that. It's crucial that we work with professionals within the animal welfare business, and Marina was one of the lawyers that very early I was introduced to in Kharkiv. I'll be fascinated to hear what she has to say today. So that's the first presentation, so all ears for that one. Another city that I travelled to was Chernivtsi, where I met Antonina, and she's going to be presenting later on in the conference in relation to animal-assisted interventions. Really important, the human-animal bond, and how it's seen as a positive issue, as well as, we need to tackle abuse, but the welfare is seen as a positive issue. The conference was actually going to take place in Chernivtsi, and it'll be fascinating to hear what Antonina has to say about her expertise in that area of work. As we all know, 24th of February 2022, lots of things changed across Ukraine. And initially, it was really chaotic in terms of what was happening with animals. There was huge media interest. We'll all remember the pictures of families fleeing across the Irpin River carrying their family pet, or children at Lviv railway station or Kiev metro carrying the family cat in a carrier bag or in a makeshift box to take that animal and the rest of their family to safety. And it showed the world how much animals, particularly pets, were part of the community and part of society, and particularly part of that family unit. And that'll be a thread as we talk through the conference. Now, after that chaos, obviously, one of the things that we saw was lots and lots of refugees trying to get out of Ukraine with their animals. And that's where Kate from Nature Watch stepped in, and she led the response to what Nature Watch were going to do to help those refugees. And two of the countries that were affected were Poland and Romania. So it'll be great for us to hear during the conference from Roxana from Poland and Greg, who was coordinating responses into Romania, of refugees coming out with animals. So they have some really interesting tales to tell, particularly of the early days. But I mentioned about media interest. A lot of the media interest was focused around companion animals, about dogs and cats. And that's understandable, because they're very often the animals that resonate with media readership. But for this conference, we really, really didn't want to forget about all the other animals in Ukraine. So, for example, with farm animals, we'll be hearing from Alevtina and Elena from Open Cages, partly about the impact on factory farming, but also on the diet of the military and the availability of plant-based food for everybody. We're also going to hear about wild animals, companion, captive animals, natural wild animals from Maria, but also animals involved in biodiversity, bat rehabilitation, which we're going to hear from Anton. So we're going to cover a wide range of animals throughout the conference. As plans for animal welfare started to settle, a number of organisations started forming or started developing new tactics in how they were going to respond to animal welfare. And we're delighted during the conference to be able to hear from Olga at U Animals, the Chief Operating Officer at U Animals, and from Oksana and Olga at UPOR, which was developed mostly after the 24th of February. But the animal welfare, as well as getting urgent help to animals in need, animal welfare needed to continue. So we're going to hear also from Olena from an NGO called Together, And we're going to hear from Yarina, who's working at Kharkiv Animal Rescue. And there were excellent projects that developed prominence as well since 24th of February. So Victor will be joining us from Animal ID, talking about how you can reunite lost pets during war. And Alexandra, who's working with the Vets Without Borders collaboration between the Ukrainian Canadians. That'll be a fascinating subject about how veterinary care has changed since 24th of February. But this conference is not just about the war. This is about animals in need all over the world. And we're delighted to welcome international experts to the conference as well, from the United States, from Canada, from Italy, and from Greece. Andrew will be speaking from the United States today, and Tina from Canada tomorrow. And we're also going to hear from Francesca and a police officer and psychologist from Greece, Vagelis, who will also be presenting. And they're going to be talking also about the interconnection between animal and human welfare and abuse, and why animals matter in every community, in every society, and in every relationship. But the conference isn't just about people who you'll hear from, it's about everybody who actually makes this happen. So there's a few other people I want to mention before I just get on to some more administration. There's Carl Josef and his company Minerada, who are operating the IT for us. I can't thank them enough. Every time I've ever had a problem with a conference, it's always been around IT. And it's wonderful to know that we've got some experts in the background. So if you've got any problems with your IT, please stick a question in the chat, and we'll hope to resolve that IT issue for you. And of course, the translators that I can't translate at all. I'm not a linguist. And so I have so much admiration for those people who are making this available to the entire world through languages. So thank you particularly to Anastasia, to Christina, to Julian, to Galina, to Oksana and Sophia. So that's kind of my thank yous for everybody who's making the conference happen. And now I'm just going to go through into how some of it is going to work. Obviously, we're online. We're on Zoom, the same Zoom channel every day. You can watch on YouTube. The links are in the chat. YouTube is being streamed in 3 languages. I have no idea how that happens, but I think it's incredible. So thank you for that. We're also live on Facebook. Again, I think that's amazing. So if you go to the YouTube link, the Facebook link, you can watch that too. Questions, if you have questions or comments, please stick them in the chat. If they're in English, I will take them off. If they're in Ukrainian, probably Natalie or somebody else will take them off. Or if they're in any other language, we can copy it and we can translate it later. We may be able to answer the questions as we go through the session. If we can't, what we will do is we're going to collect all those questions. We will put them into some kind of structure, and we will then put them onto the website page that you all used to be able to access the registration for the conference. So if you have a question, it will be answered either now or as soon as we can in the future. So please ask away. The conference shouldn't just be a beginning and an end as far as I'm concerned. It is the next stage in developing animal welfare across Ukraine and neighbouring countries and anywhere else we can have an impact. So what we will also do during the next 3 days is make associations, we'll make friendships, we'll make contacts, and we can use those for the future. We can use those to develop partnerships, working relationships, so we can all work together for the benefit of animals. Nature Watch Foundation will be there for Ukraine. It'll be there for the neighbouring countries of Ukraine. And as Sarah said, through World Animal Day, it'll be there for every animal in the world. That's me covering the administration. There's a few details in relation to the speakers. We've got a change of speakers. Today we have Elena, I think, is now speaking tomorrow. But what we will do, we'll put this information in the chat during the day. We'll let you know via email if we get any significant changes. And at the beginning of each presentation of the day, if there's any changes, then I will update you. And I'll also go through administration again at the beginning of tomorrow and at the beginning of Thursday. So my mouth's now dry, and we have, how long have we got? So we've got 30 minutes, have we now, until Marina is speaking. Is that correct? Okay. So let's start. Do we have any questions initially? Should we start in the chat and see if anybody's got any questions about what's coming up, about how it's going to work, what things they would like to hear about? Okay, so what is the link for Facebook Live? So this may be a technical question. It was in the chat, wasn't it? Yeah, if you scroll to the top of the chat, there's a Facebook link. I haven't checked that. If someone could click on that and see whether that works. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so Janet's asking about the link. It should be that.
Maybe we should once again copy it and paste it. Here.
Okay. Okay, so Anastasia's just put in all the new links, so we should get those. I don't think you better ask questions on the YouTube one. You might be able to on the Facebook. You can certainly send messages through Facebook. We might not pick them up immediately, but you can always send us messages through that. Okay, great, Janet. Thank you.
Interesting, actually.
If you're in California, it's wonderful timing that you're online today. Thank you. Any other questions from anybody here? I think we will get attendees joining through the day, so I may well go through this, and we may need to keep posting these links, I think. Thank you for your comments.
On YouTube, you can ask questions on YouTube, but they are not as usual under the video, but on the right.
Okay.
So you can do it. So somebody wrote even "Good morning, Mark." So yes, it's possible.
Okay. So this question from a crime's being investigated through open source and social media accounts. It's good to have an easy question to answer at first thing in the morning. So, are crimes being investigated? My understanding is that in Ukraine, a protocol has to be begun, and therefore someone actually has to make the complaint before a crime is investigated. Whether there is a proactive investigation in terms of something being posted and the police finding it, I would say that's unlikely. So therefore, if anybody has seen that or seen a crime on a social media account, I would suggest that it needs to be reported as a crime and then investigated from that official report. It's hard if you're not actually the victim, so that if you have seen something that you think is a crime, I'm not sure the police would take it that seriously, but if it affected you and you are the victim of crime, then potentially they are more likely to take it seriously. The other huge problem with social media investigations is that it's almost impossible to work out where they've come from. And a lot of countries' jurisdictions, legal jurisdictions, are only in that country. So, for example, if it's something posted in Hungary that somebody in Croatia has seen, but the crime took place in Romania, it's really difficult to work out who would actually investigate that. If it's happened in Hungary, it should be the Hungarian police. But because it gets complex, it tends to fall down with traditional investigation channels. If it's serious crime, potentially it will be picked up. But if it's counted as non-serious crime, it's less likely. Yeah, it's quite a complex answer to that, but I would say if there's no complainants, then usually it isn't unless it's a serious crime. If anybody wants to take a break now until Marina starts in 28 minutes, then please do so. There will be, what we're aiming to do is to start everybody's presentation on the hour, on the time that it says on the schedule. If they finish beforehand, that will give an extra break. So we're not going to try and start anybody early because people might miss that presentation. So if there is a gap at the end, if they finish early, then it's time for another coffee up to a certain limit. My limit is normally 2 to 3 coffees in a day. And I'm already on one, and it's fairly early in the United Kingdom. So David, thank you very much for your comment. Excellent work from NowZ, particularly over the early days with the conference. So I appreciate you attending today. Yeah, working together. I think particularly you'll know of UPAW anyway. I think UPAW will be a presentation definitely worth listening to, and New Animals. And there are, I think, from what you're saying there, it is better situation than it was. I think on the 25th of February, it was very disorganized. We're 214 days into the war, with a potential for many, many more days to come. I think the collaboration is getting better, but there's still room for improvement. That's not just in Ukraine. I think that's in many countries, and there's still lots of lessons to learn. There's lessons to learn in relation to each shelter. I mean, Borodyanka is a good example of that, where there was no contingency plan for anything that went wrong at that shelter. And obviously the worst thing possible went wrong. And as a result, many animals lost their lives. So there's lots we can all learn from each other. And I can see that Violetta's there as well. I don't know if she's listening today, but obviously the coordination role at Eurogroup for Animals is a very important one. So we've still got lots of places to go, but I think if you'll pick up certainly from the Ukrainian presentations today, improvement in the right direction, but still with a way to go. Hello from Kharkiv. Yes, wonderful to have you here from Kharkiv. Hope things are fairly quiet this morning. Yes, things are good and quiet. That's nice to hear. Are there any more questions from anybody? please feel free to share any contact details with each other, presumably privately through the chat, or if you want people to know about your organisation's contact details, feel free to put things in the chat so they can look on your website, you can do their own research while there are some gaps and find out what you're doing to help Animals of Ukraine. Contacts list, that's right, that's a good idea. Contact lists, affiliate organisations, we can certainly share a contact list. We won't share any private email addresses, but if they're email addresses or websites of organisations, then yes, we'll share that after the conference. So how wonderful to save the dogs. Thank you. Also, what are the dogs' names? Please also use social media to talk about the conference. If you're on Facebook, if you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, if you're on Telegram, please talk about the conference, tell others about the conference, tag Nature Watch Foundation into the conference and any of the other organisations that would like to be tagged. Please keep talking about it. People can still register. We're going to close registration down probably on Thursday or Friday, but all those registered will receive any emails after the conference in relation to questions and information that we've picked up over the next 3 days. Yeah, Sarah's mentioned about World Animal Day. Yeah, please also tag in World Animal Day, and it'd be lovely to see as many delegates as possible actually talk about it within their social media on October the 4th. I know every day is for animals, but it's really good to have one day as well where their situation is highlighted around the world. There's some great resources on the World Animal Day website as well, which you can share. Archie, Adele and Nika. There's so many individual stories of helping animals. It's really difficult to be able to identify the best speakers for this conference, and there will be a lot of people who have helped animals, not just since the 24th of February, but all before then, that we couldn't include everybody. So what we've tried to do is include a representation of various sectors to be able to give the best overview we can. But as David was saying earlier, there's a lot of organisations working across Ukraine, either large organisations, smaller organisations, or individuals who are helping animals every day. And certainly what we didn't want to do was to highlight specific people who are doing more than others. It's, for us, the whole speaker lineup was a network of people who represented all the rescuers, all the helpers of Ukraine animals. What we'll do is, if we hold the questions open for another 9 minutes, and then we'll take a short break, if that's okay, for 10 minutes until Marina starts presenting, just so that we can check and make sure everything's okay with her technology. And I see there's 2 or 3 more attendees. one of which is a good friend of mine who helped a lot with the work in Ukraine initially, helped with a lot of the training. Wonderful for advocate for animals. So welcome, Sasha. I'm just going to run through, while we haven't got any more questions at the moment, for those who have recently joined, if you want to hear the conference in Ukrainian or Romanian, if you go to the translate button on the bottom of the screen and select which language you would like to hear it in. If you want to ask any questions, please pop them in the chat box. If we can answer them during the conference, we will. If we can't, we will take them away and we'll put all the questions and answers that we can find, and we'll put them on the conference pages that you used to sign up initially. That's also where we will put every link that we can think of that you maybe, so for example, the contact list, we'll put that on there as a PDF if you want to go to that and find that. A technical question, so I might need a technical solution to this. So can delegates go back to presentations they've missed by using YouTube? I don't know the answer to that one. Whether Carl Joseph knows.
In YouTube, yes, in YouTube you can scroll back and you will see the recording. And yes, they will stay on YouTube as well.
Okay, and for Facebook it works the same. They remain and you can actually scroll back.
So you can scroll back in whichever language you want to.
Oh.
Not that I will be able to scroll back in Romanian and be able to speak it, but well, maybe one day.
On YouTube you were talking in English and it was in English.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the Zoom's technology are that to do it in 3 languages.
Okay, so one more shout out for any more questions. And then what I would suggest we do is we just take a short break until Marina starts. I had the fortune of listening to Marina speak, not just in Ukraine, but she presented at the A-Law conference in London, talking about the welfare of animals on an international conference there. So I'm really excited to hear what she has to say again today. Okay, so no more questions then. We'll just have a period of quiet until 9 o'clock, just while we check and make sure presentation's okay. But if there are any questions, stick them in the chat box and we'll pick them up. Nothing else for now? Okay. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
доповідача Марину
Let me
Суркову.
introduce our next speaker, Marina Surkova. Marina is a lawyer and economist who is well known all over Ukraine. She is vice president of the Association of Animal Welfare Organizations of Ukraine. She also founded the organization Protection of Human Rights, which has become a member of the Association of Animal Welfare Organizations. During her enlightenment campaign, she provides legal aid on protecting animals. She is also training the policemen how to investigate crimes against animals. She has been a member of a number of working groups and designed a number of draft laws on protecting animal rights. And also, a couple of years ago, she delivered a speech in the parliament on environmental policy in Ukraine in relation to animal protection. So, Marina, we welcome you at our conference, and now she will tell us about the specific issues, specific legal issues, particularly in Ukraine in 2022, which is the year of war in Ukraine. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I'm a vice president of the Association of Animal Welfare Organizations of Ukraine that includes more than 50 animal protection organizations from all the regions of Ukraine. The topic of my report today is the influence of full-scale war on animal well-being in Ukraine and legislative approach and regulations to this issue. Could you please switch screen sharing?
В Україні зоозахисні ініціативи почали
In
запроваджувати.
Ukraine, animal protection initiatives have been launched since 1960s, and only in 2006 the law of Ukraine was adopted on protecting animals from abuse, and now this is the basic law in the field of animal protection. And in 2012, the Ukrainian parliament ratified the European Convention on protection of domestic animals. Later, there were some other legislative achievements. For example, in 2017, the law was passed, and according to it, the maximum punishment for abuse of animals is 8 years of imprisonment. This is the toughest punishment for cruelty, for violence against animals. In the other countries, there are very huge fines, there are some other types of punishments, but imprisonment up to 8 years is only in Ukraine, and this is the toughest one. In 2021, the Association of Animal Welfare Organizations of Ukraine took lots of efforts in order to ban euthanasia as a method to regulate the number of homeless animals. Banning foie gras production, banning bagging with animals, banning special chains which are very short, banning using animals as awards, and also banning living animals in the car when the outside temperature is higher than 25 and lower than +5 degrees. Also, the propaganda of abuse against animals has become a criminal offense, and actually the punishment is the same as for killing animals. Also, it is important that immediately the violent case is identified, the animal is taken away from the person. Also, the criminal liability now starts at the age of 14. It's very important to address the cases when such crimes are committed against the minors in order to prevent violence-based crimes against people in future. Now, I would like to mention how full-scale war influenced the animal field. Since February, the animal protection area actually came back about 10 years ago. Lots of legislation initiatives have been stopped, have been terminated or suspended. All our plans have failed. Lots of animals were left neglected because people were trying to escape from shellings, and lots of animals were left unattended. Some people just left their animals locked in the rooms, in the flats, in the houses without water and food, and the animals didn't have any chance for survival. Here you see the photos of animals during the full-scale war. Here is a particular case. This is the dead cat. The owners left him alone in the apartment without food or water. He was found by rescuers in a month, and he died from thirst and lack of food, and he was just lying on the child's bed. Therefore, the initiative was launched to regulate the case that the policemen were able to enter the houses of those people who left these animals locked. And actually there were cases when the animals was identified as locked in the house, but the policemen were not able to enter the flat, stating that there were no regular legislation provision about it. And we, together with Yulia Ovchennikova, the people deputies of Ukraine, launched this initiative on drafting the corresponding law. Also, the owners of the animals had some issues regarding entering the shelters during the air alerts. They were just not allowed to enter the shelters with their animals. And our association also raised the issue of regulating on the legislative level the issue of entering the bomb shelters with animals. So in cooperation with you animals, we developed this draft law, and now it is at the stage of registration. Also, another example of our successful work on legislation is our work on limiting usage of fireworks. It has already passed the first reading, so there will be some restrictions on using very noisy fireworks, because actually when these are public holidays, it was awful for the animal owners because animals were frightened of the sounds of explosions and very often ran away, and even there were some lethal cases. And actually, the biggest problem during the full-scale war in Ukraine is providing assistance to animals who stay in the occupied areas. During this time, our association helped more than 60 cities of Ukraine. Sometimes these were one-time assistance packages, and there are also regular projects. There are lots of territories which are still occupied or under shelling, and the shelters do not have any chance to survive, but for our assistance. But even our assistance is actually limited in coming to the end. I would like to mention a couple of words about our plans for the future. Our key tactical task of our association, but I mean all the volunteers of Ukraine, is regulating the number of homeless stray dogs and cats in the streets. Our aim is not only to cover big cities where there are lots of vet clinics and lots of possibilities for working with them, but also cover small settlements and remote settlements. To go to those places where neutering will be is impossible right now. But I also would like to say that the key strategic goal of our association is to stop the situation where animal is recognized as a thing, and recognizing the animal rights and enshrining these rights in the Constitution of Ukraine. There are also some other goals: banning exploiting animals in the circus, banning delphinariums, introducing special profession as the animal lawyer, and there are a number of draft laws registered in the parliament on the topics I have just described. Thank you for your attention. I do hope that after our victory, we shall be able to implement all our plans. We hope for your support and assistance. I would like to express our gratitude to the organization Nature Watch Foundation for invitation to present our presentation at this conference. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. In order to give a question, please write it in the chat.
Так, у нас були, здається, ага. Так. Секундочку, у нас, здається, були питання. Щодо... Угу. От питання, що зараз з законами такими як
The question is, what about the law 5409? Are they invalid laws? They are registered at the parliament right now, but unfortunately they have been suspended because, well, this issue is not very topical during the full-scale war. I'm talking about not being topical for the People's Deputies of Ukraine. Definitely now they think about the security of the country, the safety of people. Due to full-scale invasion, lots of territories are now occupied. People need help. Therefore, this draft law 5409, it's actually about banning exploiting animals in the circus. So now this draft law is suspended, but we do hope that owing to the efforts of the armed forces of Ukraine that liberate now Ukrainian territories, we do hope that we'll be able to come back to the discussion of this issue in the parliament, and we do hope that it will be considered in the parliament, at least in the first reading.
Дякую дуже.
Thank you.
Щодо нових законів, які
Talking about new laws,
пропонуються
new
уряду.
draft laws which are offered to the government. So is the government cooperative, or now everybody is saying that now it's war and animals are less important? Now we cooperate with the government regarding bylaws, but the laws are passed by the parliament, and we cooperate with the People's Deputies of Ukraine regarding new draft laws, and we also cooperate with the government. Definitely now we try to develop the regulation on temporary taking away animals when we're talking about administrative offenses. For example, in case the violence against animal is identified, the policeman will have the procedure how they can take away the animal from the owner till the decision of the court. Just quite recently, we have adopted the special procedure on regulating the population of homeless animals. So we do cooperate with the government, probably not in a very intensive way right now, because we understand that they have lots of other pressing issues. And one more question. What can international organizations do to help animals? First of all, we need assistance regarding medications and food, particularly in the occupied territories. We have the possibility to bring food and medications there, and also the liberated territories where people are left unemployed and they do need pet food and medications. And also we need assistance with realization of animals, particularly the funding for these surgeries. I know that these surgeries take place, the volunteers bring animals for these procedures, and For example, the people who cannot pay for their own pets have a chance to do it. We should understand that stray animals, homeless animals, sometimes are previously owned animals because the owners didn't sterilize their animals, and then they bring more animals, etc., etc. So it's really important to ensure free sterilization not only of homeless animals but also of those animals whose owners cannot afford it. So these are primary issues we face right now. Could you please tell us whether international organizations can help from legal point of view, for example, lobbying, promoting certain laws? So I'm talking about legal support. Yes, legal support will be very valuable for us. It is really good if we share experience with each other. In certain issues, international community, not only European, but international community is definitely ahead of Ukraine. In some issues, Ukraine has advanced a bit more and we can share our experience. It will be really good if we had the chance to share our experience. But definitely we have written, if you can write to the Parliament of Ukraine supporting certain legislative initiatives or certain bylaws, it will be really good. And one more question. It's about actually taking animals abroad. We have the information that there are some legal issues people face when they try to go abroad with their animals. Do you know about these challenges and do you know how to resolve them? Yes. At the beginning of war, it was possible to go abroad with animals, and even these animals were not vaccinated, and it was okay. Now, the number of animals is limited up to 5 animals per person, and there should be definitely vaccination. And there are lots of neglected animals. There are lots of animals who should be placed in shelters, because in Ukraine, unfortunately, there are no municipal shelters. There are private shelters which are overcrowded. They are overloaded with animals, even before the beginning of war. But now, due to this situation, when lots of animals are left without owners, our private shelters already cannot cover all the animals. So we do face the need to send these animals to the shelters abroad. And actually, once again, it should be regulated here in Ukraine. In Ukraine, it's okay because we can we can send as many animals as possible, but actually it should be regulated at the level of the foreign countries that accepts these animals. There is a question in the chat. Dear Marina, do you plan any legislation on the so-called farms of breeding cats and dogs? They that look similar, like pedigree cats and dogs, and abuse of such animals. Just the day before yesterday, we had a complaint that Maltese dogs and York dogs are kept in very small cages in awful condition. Well, the animals are in awful conditions, as if they were just used to clean the floors. They are dirty, they are hungry, the fur is in very bad condition. This is a huge problem, actually. When we submitted the draft law 2351 last year, we actually submitted it in 2019. And in that edition, there was a ban on just breeding cats and dogs outside or beyond not in the special feline or canine organizations, but the deputies took away this norm from that law. And definitely this issue should be regulated, and definitely we should try to avoid the situations of such farms. The animals should be bred only on permission of special feline or canine clubs and organizations. This is a painful issue. We try to combat it, but it's a bit difficult. And one more question. Sometimes in local chats, we can see the situation that if something happens, we should not give calls to the police because, well, police won't be able to address it anyway. Please tell us whether we can disturb the police with these issues. Yes, definitely. If we are talking about the life of the animals, you should give a call to the police. But for example, if it is something less serious, for example, how the owner, for example, is walking the dog, for the law to be implemented and enforced, there should be a system of punishment. If you ban something, and if a person knows that there will be no punishment if he or she violates this ban, this prohibition, she will just ignore it. So if a person has some duties and these duties are not performed, you have to somehow influence this person. For example, a person cannot just do anything. You can make an oral remark regarding violating the walking norms. Well, but if a person is decent, it will not this person will not violate the norms. So it's really important to have effective and efficient punishment. So you should call the police. If in the duties of the police it is written that they have to respond to these issues, it is okay that you disturb the police in such cases. This is one of their duties, to help us build the legal law-based state. It's not enough to have just laws. The laws should be enforced. For the laws to be enforced, one should have a system, and police is part of this system. And we are paying taxes for the police to work. They get their salaries, they have their duties, and we can demand that they respond to such situations. Definitely give calls to the police. And one more question about evacuating animals from closed or locked premises. So could you give more details? What rights do we have as citizens in case we find out that an animal is locked somewhere? So what should we do? What steps should we take? Where should we go? And what kind of rights do we have to protect this animal? The first thing you should do is call the police, because there are different cases. For example, it's in Kharkiv. The animal is locked. There is a call to the animal protection organization about the animal, a dog being locked in the flat, and the dog is barking and almost already lost its voice because of this barking, and there is no owner for more than a week. They called the police. The police refused to break into the house, etc. But the animal protection volunteers insisted, and the police called the emergency services and the utility services. They opened the door and they saw that the owner, the lady, is lying on the floor and she was alive. So they called the ambulance and managed to provide medical aid to this lady. So they saved her, just insisting on breaking into this flat. But there were cases that the animal is barking or mewing if it is a cat, but the police does not want to open the door, and later an owner who is there actually died. So if the animal is barking or mewing, it doesn't mean that the animal is there alone. It may be the case that the owner is there as well, but needs assistance. It's not all, sometimes the owner actually may be in need of help. And there is another situation when you just neglect, when you intentionally leave the animals without any care. And this is already Article 299 according to the Criminal Code of Ukraine, and it is a crime. And the police is just obliged to respond to the situation, to initiate criminal proceedings, to break in and into the premises and to save the animal. So to prevent criminal offense. So when animal is actually asking for help, it is still possible to save it and to avoid the case of abuse of animals. So you should call the police and explain to them that they are obliged to save the animal, and it may be even the case that it saves the life of the owner of the animal. And there is one more. A question from Katerina, public organization Lada Bakhmut. Our team has taken 13 small dogs in very bad condition from the so-called black farm, and there is the video of the condition of the dog. The owner actually wrote the application to the police, and we want to actually use Article 299 against her. Article 299 is about like when there is a dead animal or when the animal is beaten, etc. We have administrative responsibility when the animal actually was tortured, but still animal is alive. And Article 299 is when we have, for example, injuries or when the animal died because of maltreatment. So probably you can give more details of what was mentioned in the application of the owner, that you have stolen animals from her or what. So if you need specific legal support in this case, probably I can give my phone number in the chat. You would give me a call, we shall communicate, and I'll just give you legal advice what you can do in this case. Please, this is my phone number. Give me a call, please, and we shall discuss some specific details. 2 dogs have died, and we have a document. Have you been taking away these dogs in the presence of policemen? It's really important to establish the connection between the death of these dogs and the actions of the owner. Well, just give me a call and we shall discuss this issue in details. There are very small nuances which we have to clarify.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Тоді налагодимо спілкування після конференції.
Okay, so there will be a talk after the conference. Thank you, Marina, for your presentation, for the answers to the question. And here we get in touch with you, and we give the contact information to all those who would like to cooperate with our participants. Now I give the floor to Mark Randall to introduce our next speaker. And this will be video.
Hello again, good morning. Just for those who have joined us during Marina's fantastic presentation, it's a real honor to listen to Marina, so knowledgeable on Ukrainian animal law. It's a real pleasure to hear everything that she has to say about the animals of Ukraine. Thank you, Marina. For those that have joined us recently, in the chat, we'll be posting the links regularly, our live YouTube videos that you can watch in relation to the conference. the link to the Facebook page, which is also broadcasting live. The YouTube videos are in 3 different languages, English, Ukrainian and Romanian. The intention of the conference was to make it an international conference. Most of the speakers are from Ukraine, but we also have speakers from the United States, from Canada, from the United Kingdom, from Greece, and from Italy, where our next presentation comes from. It's presented a few challenges in terms of language, so hopefully you'll be able to hear this okay by going to the translation channel at the bottom and picking whether you want to listen to it in English, in Romanian or Ukrainian. Francesca Scortinelli is the founder of Link Italia, an association and co-founder of Violence Social Promotion. She's a professional educator who worked in areas such as the recovery of minors from prostitution and in the community with drug addicts. She's the founder of the Zoo Anthropology of Deviance, and since 2009 organises training, conferences and postgraduate courses on the social implications of mistreatment and violence towards animals. She is the co-founder of the Violence Social Promotion Association across Italy that deals with shelters and the protection of families consisting of women, minors, and animals affected by abuse. Francesca trains across Italy police officers at patrol level and the Carabinieri, animal groups, and others involved in public protection. We're delighted to be able to invite her to speak at the Nature Watch Foundation on her expertise. What we will be doing is playing a video. She's not here today. If there are any questions, please post them in the chat box and I will take them away, speak to Francesca, and I will have to come back to you with the answers. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno, ringrazio sentitamente per darmi la possibilità di ribadire in un contesto internazionale così prestigioso le gravi implicazioni sociali del maltrattamento e o uccisione di animali. Sono Sorcinelli Francesca, sono un'educatrice professionale, ho lavorato in ambiti quali il recupero minori dalla prostituzione, in comunità per tossicodipendenti, 8 anni in una comunità residenziale per minori messi in protezione dal Tribunale per questioni di maltrattamenti e abusi di vario genere e dal 2012 lavoro in una comunità semi-residenziale per minori in carico al servizio sociale della città in cui presto servizio. Oltre ad essere una educatrice professionale, sono anche la presidente dell'associazione Link Italia. Oggi sono qui in veste di presidente Link Italia. Ho fatto un breve excursus sulla mia professione in quanto l'aver fondato il progetto Link Italia nel 2006 e l'omonima associazione nel 2012 non è stato un passaggio dissociato rispetto al lavoro che svolgo quotidianamente, ma è stato un passaggio in virtù del confronto quotidiano con l'utenza violata, violenta, depressa, deprivata o anche solo minorile. Il progetto Link Italia, fin dagli esordi, ha diffuso e sviluppato conoscenze scientifiche e tradotto in pratiche operative tali conoscenze in un paese, l'Italia appunto, che nel 2006 era totalmente all'oscuro sul fenomeno in oggetto, ossia sul fenomeno Link. Nel mondo statunitense tendenzialmente con Link si intende la correlazione fra abusi su animali e violenza interpersonale. Personalmente opto per una definizione che renda maggior giustizia alla complessità del fenomeno, per cui con Link intendiamo la stretta correlazione esistente fra maltrattamento e o uccisione di animali, violenza interpersonale e ogni altra condotta deviante, antisociale o criminale. Ogni altra in quanto il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali sono già di per sé condotte devianti, antisociali e per quanto riguarda le condotte già riconosciute come illegali sono condotte criminali. Rimangono tecnicamente fuori da questo concetto e purtroppo ancora oggi le condotte violente su animali legalizzate. La letteratura scientifica che abbiamo prodotto in Italia conferma ed integra le consapevolezze internazionali sul link, per cui il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali devono essere interpretati come atti da condannare di per sé, sintomi di una situazione esistenziale patogena, soprattutto se commessi da minorenni, ma non solo. Ricordiamo che gli adulti di oggi sono stati i minori di un tempo. Comunque, se condotti da minorenni, devono essere interpretati statisticamente come appunto lo specchio di una situazione di abuso oppure di una situazione comunque di pregiudizio che lo stesso minore può star subendo in famiglia o nei contesti ambientali che frequenta. E ancora, il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali devono essere interpretati come specifici indicatori di pericolosità sociale, ossia fenomeni predittivi di contemporanee o successive altre condotte devianti, antisociali o criminali, e devono essere interpretati ulteriormente come parte integrante di crimini come stalking, violenza domestica, intimidazioni di stampo malavitoso, bullismo, eccetera. Questo perché? Perché il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali sono condotte che fisiologicamente, ossia per propria natura intrinseca, tendono a variare nel tempo. Questa è una buona notizia, ma nello stesso tempo è anche una pessima notizia. Quando ci troviamo nell'una o nell'altra situazione, il fatto che queste condotte tendano a variare nel tempo è una buona notizia, in quanto se siamo agenzie educative, se siamo professionisti, istituzioni giudiziarie, eccetera, possiamo intervenire e far sì che quella variazione vada nella direzione che interessa a noi. Quindi possiamo agire un'azione di contenimento nell'immediato della tendenza violenta appunto nei confronti degli animali e in base al singolo caso possiamo predisporre degli interventi mirati, educativi, psicoterapeutici, psichiatrici, giudiziari oppure la combinazione di tutto questo, dipende ovviamente dalle valutazioni sul singolo caso, e possiamo far sì che quella tendenza regredisca fino ad estinguersi. Questo però ad una sola condizione, ossia che le agenzie educative, professionali, giudiziarie e la società tutta siano in grado di interpretare nel giusto modo, ossia con competenza, il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali. Quindi atti da condannare di per sé, sintomo di una situazione esistenziale patogena, specifici indicatori di pericolosità sociale, parte integrante di altri crimini. Se così non fosse, e il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali venisse interpretato in modo incompetente tramite banalizzazione, ridicolizzazione, negazione, normalizzazione, legittimazione, ci sono cose più importanti di cui occuparsi. È una fase normale della crescita, sono ragazzate, ma di cosa stiamo parlando? Ecco, se così quindi non fosse, allora questa condotta fisiologicamente varierà andando in escalation. Un'escalation ben definita dalla scienza: maltrattamento e uccisione di animali, escalation; vandalismo, piromania, escalation; furti caratterizzati dalla presenza di una vittima, borseggio, estorsione e rapina a mano armata, escalation massima; rapimento, violenza sessuale, assalto con particolare riguardo al fenomeno degli spree killer, omicidio con particolare riguardo al fenomeno dei serial killer. Chiarisco con un esempio. Nel 2009 due gruppetti di ragazzini fra i 9 e gli 11 anni con delle presenze trasversali in entrambi i gruppetti si sono resi protagonisti di due gravissimi episodi di crudeltà in danno ad animali. Un gruppetto bracca un gatto e lo uccide sbattendolo contro il muro della scuola elementare, l'altro gruppetto ruba una gallina, la chiude in un contenitore metallico, la bastona e le dà fuoco nel cortile della scuola media dello stesso plesso scolastico. Quale fu la risposta ambientale, intendendo con risposta ambientale insegnanti, operatori scolastici, dirigenti, compagni e genitori? Il silenzio più assoluto. Nessuno aveva visto, nessuno aveva sentito, nessuno ne sapeva nulla. Quando molti avevano visto, molti avevano sentito, tutti sapevano. Nessuno tranne una insegnante della scuola elementare che, venuta a conoscenza dell'accaduto, sconvolta, cerca di attirare l'attenzione dei colleghi e del dirigente, riuscendo inoltre anche a risalire al nome di tutti i ragazzini coinvolti e li segnala alle forze dell'ordine del paese chiedendo di tenerli d'occhio. In che ottica? In ottica link, ma non viene assolutamente compresa. Si arriva addirittura ad una situazione paradossale tale per cui l'insegnante, metaforicamente parlando, viene lei stessa portata per un orecchio dai genitori dei ragazzini davanti al preside e viene accusata di infamare i loro figli. La minacciano quindi di denuncia. L'insegnante quindi ad un certo punto, venuta a conoscenza del progetto Link Italia, mi contatta e mi racconta l'accaduto. Decido quindi di chiedere un appuntamento con il preside per proporre un protocollo d'intesa Link che implicasse l'organizzazione di un corso di formazione gratuito da parte di Link Italia per insegnanti e anche genitori e la partecipazione alla raccolta dati che avevamo già in corso. Il preside mi accoglie di buon grado e sottoscrive il protocollo d'intesa. Addirittura mi dice di andare ad annunciare il corso in una plenaria a cui avrebbero partecipato gli insegnanti la settimana seguente. Da quando succedono gli episodi e quindi i maltrattamenti di animali da parte di questi bambini, a quando incontrerò gli insegnanti, quanto tempo trascorrerà? 3 settimane, non 3 anni, non 3 mesi, ma 3 settimane. Che fine faranno? Che fine avranno fatto i ragazzini in questo periodo? Una fine da manuale. Ben rinforzati dalla peggiore risposta ambientale, omertà, silenzio, legittimazione, vanno in escalation. Quindi rubano le galline dei vicini, siamo in un contesto di campagna, per tirarle contro le macchine in corsa per la strada. Obiettivo: creare un bellissimo incidente e quindi mettere in conto feriti e morti. Quando vado a parlare con gli insegnanti avevo solo 2 minuti a disposizione. Non trovo più un atteggiamento di omertà, di negazione, bensì di spostamento, banalizzazione. Beh, ma di cosa stiamo parlando in fondo? Cosa volete che sia? Una semplice ragazzata. Io avevo solo 2 minuti a disposizione e quindi in quei 2 minuti mi limito a rispondere tramite una battuta. Attenzione! Equivocare i registri comportamentali di un reato, perché il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali sono reati, efferati oltretutto per come sono avvenuti, con i registri comportamentali di una ragazzata, non è una cosa neutrale, Spostamento. Reato, ragazzata. Non è una cosa neutrale, è un atto gravissimo in un contesto che ha una responsabilità educativa massima come la scuola. Ci vedremo al bellissimo corso di formazione. Ovviamente non poteva più esserci omertà e negazione fra gli insegnanti, in quanto avendo coinvolto i ragazzini tutta la città, sarebbe stato impossibile mantenere il segreto. Quindi si passa ad un'altra risposta disfunzionale, ossia lo spostamento, tramite banalizzazione, tramite una mala interpretazione del maltrattamento e uccisione di animali. Questo episodio lo racconto perché è molto emblematico di come il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali fisiologicamente tendano a variare nel tempo e di come la qualità della variazione dipenda dalla qualità della risposta ambientale. Mi spiego in un altro modo. Se io fossi un gatto e mi prendo un calcio in faccia, per me gatto, cioè per me animale, quello è il punto. Ma se sono il soggetto che compie quell'atto, il punto non è l'atto in sé, bensì la combinazione di quell'atto con la qualità della risposta ambientale. Se la qualità della risposta ambientale, agenzie educative, istituzioni giudiziarie, società civile, professionale sarà competente, quindi in grado di interpretare nel giusto modo il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali come abominio morale di per sé e specifico indicatore di pericolosità sociale, il comportamento violento allora potrà essere inibito e potrà arrivare a regredire, scomparire o comunque essere efficacemente contenuto. Se la qualità della risposta ambientale non sarà competente, quindi non sarà in grado di interpretare nel giusto modo il maltrattamento e l'uccisione di animali, sottovalutando, banalizzando, negando, rimuovendo, giustificando, normalizzando, la condotta riceverà un rinforzo e andrà in escalation. Non esiste la neutralità. O la risposta ambientale sarà competente costituendo un fattore protettivo o sarà incompetente costituendo un fattore di rischio che colluderà con l'escalation diventandone concausa. In termini fenomenologici, oltre che statistici, negli Stati Uniti la cartina tornasole estrema del maltrattamento e uccisione di animali, quale specifico indicatore di pericolosità sociale, è costituita dal fenomeno dei serial killer e degli spree killer, che hanno tutti un passato di crudeltà su animali nell'infanzia e nell'adolescenza. In Italia la cartina tornasole estrema del fenomeno link è costituita da un altro fenomeno ben più imponente, se non per gravità, sicuramente per dimensioni, ossia il fenomeno denominato zoocriminalità minorile, intendendo con tale espressione il reclutamento e l'addestramento dei minori che dovranno diventare i bulli, i rapinatori, i rapitori, gli stupratori, gli assassini del domani, tramite uno serrato tirocinio di crudeltà nei confronti degli animali. La malavita organizzata, infatti, che non ha bisogno di manuali, convegni, conferenze, studi scientifici per capire l'ovvio, ma si basa sulla fenomenologia, ossia sui fatti come appaiono all'esperienza, ha ben compreso il link, utilizzandolo da sempre con precisione scientifica in quella che viene definita pedagogia nera. Per raggiungere che cosa? Per raggiungere i propri scopi. Ecco che si fa affezionare un ragazzino ad un animale e nel momento del massimo affetto lo si costringe ad ucciderlo o ad assistere all'uccisione dell'animale. Non è un caso, d'altra parte, che si coinvolgano i minorenni in tutte le fasi del combattimento fra cani. Avendo compreso il link e utilizzandolo con precisione scientifica per i propri scopi, la malavita organizzata, culturalmente parlando, è un passo avanti rispetto alla società civile, professionale e istituzionale che il link non lo ha ancora compreso, non lo ha ancora capito. Del resto, le consapevolezze sul fenomeno in Italia e in Europa non costituiscono allo stato attuale un presupposto generalizzato, bensì un obiettivo a cui stiamo lavorando intensamente e rispetto a cui iniziative come quella di oggi costituiscono avanguardie dal valore storico volte ad accorciare l'intollerabile divario fra la malavita organizzata e la società civile e l'intollerabile divario fra le risposte ambientali incompetenti, ignoranti, corrotte e colluse e le risposte invece ambientali competenti, salvavita, protettive. Concludendo, ricordo che nel 2014 nel rapporto sullo stato globale della prevenzione della violenza dell'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità e delle Nazioni Unite emerge che i comportamenti antisociali causino più di 1,3 milioni di decessi ogni anno e un numero ancora superiore di feriti. Per cui prevenire, trattare e contrastare la violenza interpersonale nelle proprie declinazioni costituisce letteralmente una questione di vita o di morte. In questa cornice il contrasto e trattamento delle condotte in danno ad animali come atto da condannare di per sé è ciò che può fare la differenza fra la vita e la morte umana. Grazie.
Attention.
Thank you so much to Francesca for that overwhelming presentation about how we should be interacting to prevent violence in the community through engagement through social interaction, through training and understanding of the connection between animal abuse and human violence. We'll hear that from other experts as we go through the conference as a theme. One thing I will say, I was watching that on YouTube with the subtitles and also listening to the translation. It is recorded. There was a lot of content in there. If you want to go back and rewatch it on YouTube to absorb everything that she was saying, there's some excellent subtitles which will enable you to be able to do that. If there are any questions for Francesca now, please ask. If not, please message us, and during the day, we'll pick them up in the chat, and I will take the questions away to Francesca, and we'll come back with some answers. I can't see any questions coming forward at the moment.
No, there are no questions so far.
No.
I think it's too complex. We need to process and rewatch it once again because there's a lot. I think there will be more questions afterwards.
Absolutely. What we will be doing with these videos, they'll be made available through our social media. Please follow Nature Watch Foundation on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube, just on anything you can think. We haven't got a Telegram channel yet, but if you follow us on social media, we'll be posting all the links. We'll be putting the information on our website. Please rewatch that. There's some fascinating ways to interact and to actually stop animal violence happening within the community. Francesca is such an expert on this subject and done some amazing work across Italy, but she can't do it all on her own. There is one question, I think, in Ukrainian. Anastasia, can you help?
Yeah. Where and in which materials can we read about results, connection between cruelty towards animals and cruelty towards people?
Okay, how I would answer that is there are 3 other presentations in the next 2.5 days that will cover that. Andrew Campbell will be speaking from America later today. Tina, an ex-police officer, will be speaking from Canada tomorrow. And I'm not entirely sure where Vagalis is speaking. Vagalis is a police officer, psychologist and psychotherapist who works in Greece. He will also be talking about those issues. My advice would be to watch those either live or on repeat. They will link you to all the information that you'll need, and look at our web pages, because Nature Watch Foundation will start to upload more and more information in relation to this subject in coming days, weeks and months. So we will give you that information, but I would definitely say watch those presentations. They will be excellent. I don't see any more questions at the moment.
No.
So this is lunchtime in Ukraine. It's kind of coffee time in England. I guess it's, I don't know, glass of wine time in America on the West Coast. So what we will be doing now is having a break. The next presentation will be at 1 p.m. Ukraine time. That's 11 p.m. 1 p.m. Ukraine time, 11 a.m. UK time, and obviously 12 o'clock Central European time. It will not be, as far as I understand, it will not be Elena. It will be Kharkiv Animal Rescue will be on at 1 o'clock, and be introduced by Natalie. But I will be online, or will be back online at certainly in 45 minutes. We'll definitely be back online, start admitting people, but please drop any questions that you have in relation to the either of the presentations from Marina and Francesca so far in the chats. Okay, we will see you all very shortly. Hello, can I just check that we have the translators available, please?
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're gradually having some people coming back into the room after the break. They'll start to admit people. For those that are just joining us and want to hear presentations in Ukrainian, Romanian, English, please go to the translation at the bottom of the page and choose your language. If anybody has any questions at any time, please pop them again in the chat and we'll pick them up. Ideally, we'll pick them up now, but if we can't answer them now, we will take those questions away and come back to the attendees with answers. Just giving everybody a chance to come back in before we start again. Also in the chat, there are the live links to the Nature Watch Foundation Ukrainian Facebook page, which is broadcasting live, and YouTube in 3 different languages, which is also broadcasting live. Please also feel free to talk amongst yourselves in the chat, either on YouTube or on here. So one thing we miss with online conferences is that opportunity to network and discuss things, discuss options, good practices. So please feel free to have those chats. And also with social media, please talk about the conference on social media, copying in Nature Watch Foundation so that we can share it to our social media, particularly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. So today we've had 2 excellent presentations so far. First of all, from top animal lawyer Marina Sokova, explaining about animal law in Ukraine and how it's been affected and impacted by the war, and what still needs to happen to help the animals of Ukraine after the war. And then we had Francesca Sortinelli, an expert in social deviance and in preventing and animal abuse by interacting particularly with children. That animal abuse is stopped and human violence is ultimately stopped because of the engagement with the relevant agencies at the correct time within schools and within the community, and projects that she teaches and trains across Italy. There was a lot of content in both of the presentations, and you can keep watching the videos either with subtitles or with translations online. So I'll be starting again in 6 or 7 minutes. Has anybody got any questions? I know one of the questions that we were asked by one of the attendees from the web page was about scams. We've noticed a high number of scams on social media purporting to be animal rescues. And in fact, they're not. They're just fraudsters that set up PayPal accounts, call themselves something vaguely Ukrainian to do with animals. And obviously funds which people want to give for the animals in Ukraine are going to the fraudsters.
Actually, I was wondering if Facebook is such a popular social media, and they seems to be quite, I don't know, hidden, or, I mean, they do not even have a support, like proper support. It's all questions. But I think being such a big social media and having different kind of lots of information on animals, even regarding cruelty, anything, funds, shouldn't they somehow be also approached and tackled to be more, I don't know, involved in some cases? Because like this position, like it's not our deal. We're just a platform. We're not.
Yes, they do take that attitude, and one piece of advice obviously is keep copying in Twitter support, Facebook support. We need to get these sites closed down, but they do need to be more proactive. But to them, I guess they look at, a picture of an animal in distress, the word Ukraine, someone puts a flag on it. They don't know that they're looking at a scam account. But as rescuers, as people actually in country, you will know that. So if you do see those, please report them, because every hryvnia, every lei, every pound, every dollar that goes to those organisations isn't going to where it should be going. It goes into the criminals' pockets. So if you do see them, please report to them.
Well, when you have when you run an ad on Facebook, they seem to be pretty how to say. I mean, they ask all your information, your ID, and if you're doing some personal, when I have to do some ads, they ask me to confirm what kind of ad I am running. Is it about politics, social? Am I ready to take responsibility for some of the words? So when they need it, they can be proactive and they can be real. I think
they do, and they should have. In my view, they should have people within Facebook, within Twitter, who actually know what they're looking at. I think this is a lot of the problem, and it's the same with animal abuse. Is that are they deliberately ignoring it, or is it not cost effective for them to ignore? It is a big issue, and certainly the money, everybody needs the money to go to the right place. So it is a big issue for animal rescue. Some more questions for me. I'm going to turn my camera off and mute, and I shall see you after the next presentation.
Всі, здається, повернулися. В першу чергу хочу повідомити про деякі зміни в нашому розкладі.
First of all, let me inform you about the changes in our schedule.
Мала доповідати Олена Кравченко.
Olena Kravchenko was supposed to have a speech now, but her presentation will have to take place tomorrow at 11:30. And the video of our Greek reporter will be on Thursday. And tomorrow, instead of Anton Vlaschenko, at their speech about the Ukrainian Bat Rehabilitation Center will be covered by the co-founder of the center, Alena Prolutska. And so far, we would like to give the floor to the representatives of Kharkiv Center of Animal Rescue. And the reporter is Irina Antoniuk. This is going to be a video record. Irina has not been able to have her speech online, but in case you have any questions, please write in chat and we will send the question to her. And if we have an opportunity, we will have a separate video with her answers, so we will give the answers personally. I can see that we have some people here who have participated in the evacuation of animals. Could you please give your names in chat, volunteer in chat? Well, definitely we do have such people, I'm sure of that. So the question is that after this video, we will probably have a chance to give answers to the questions you have without Irina, but the people who have participated in the evacuation in animal rescue will be able to give answers to the questions you will have after the video. So just write in chat and we will be happy to give answers to your questions. So now let's have the video from Irina Antoniuk from Kharkiv Animal Rescue Center.
Доброго дня, мене звати Ярина Вінтонюк, я представляю організацію «Порятунок тварин Харків». Раді взяти участь в конференції, дякуємо за запрошення. Розкажу декілька слів про нас, про нашу роботу, яку ми здійснюємо. Наша команда більше 10 років займається тваринами. У форматі «Порятунок тварин Харків» працюємо з 2016-го. Ця ініціатива виникла як потреба міста у наданні екстреної допомоги тваринам, які потрапили в надзвичайні ситуації. З 2016 року у нас запрацювала гаряча лінія. Ми працюємо цілодобово, 24/7. Був сформований екіпаж рятувальників, налагоджена співпраця з місцевими клініками, створене місце для реабілітації тварин та утримання їх, і запущений центр адопції для пошуку родин. Ми рятували близько 1000 тварин у рік. Це були операції різної складності, коли тварина тоне, коли тварина застряла в стіні під землею, коти на деревах, збиті тварини машинами, тварини, які постраждали від жорстокого поводження. У нас, ми працювали за стабільною схемою, це надання екстреної допомоги, медичної допомоги, якщо необхідне, лікування тварини, реабілітація, соціалізація і пошук сімей для цих тварин. У лютому у нас, відповідно, збільшилась кількість навантаження. Ми переформатували нашу роботу відповідно до часу. Перед нами постали нові виклики і задачі. Березень – це був пік паніки у людей, коли вони евакуювалися, залишали тварин просто зачиненими у квартирах. У кожного були різні обставини. І всі ці тварини потребували допомоги. Ми співпрацювали з військовими, вони нам їх передавали, повідомляли. Люди, власники тварин робили заявки на гарячу лінію, просили допомоги. У березні розбомбили наш центр адопції, де знаходилось 297 собак і 80 котів. Загинуло 7 собак. Цих решту нам вдалося евакуювати. Розкажу, які напрямки роботи зараз у нас працюють. У нас збільшилась кількість екіпажів рятувальників. Один екіпаж працює по Харкову. Він надає екстрену допомогу тваринам, які постраждали і потребують допомоги. 2 екіпажі вони евакуюють тварин з гарячих точок Харківської та Донецької області. Також ми допомагаємо нашим друзям, партнерам, які залишилися в дуже складних умовах. В Краматорськ, Слов'янськ і різні маленькі населені пункти, куди немає доставки їжі для тварин. Ми їм доставляємо, підтримуємо як можемо. Дуже вдячні цим людям, які дуже відважні і залишаються заради тварин у таких умовах. Так як в Харкові вони не можуть залишатись, ми і їх також, в нас є окремий екіпаж, який транспортує по Україні. Доставляємо у сім'ї, чи це в якийсь притулок, чи організацію. І четвертий екіпаж, він транспортує тварин до Європи. Ми теж доставляємо як в сім'ї, так і в притулки, організації. Частина тварин є, коли господарі звертаються і просять допомогти перевезти. Наступний напрямок – це лікування тварин, також реабілітація, підготовка до виїзду тварин і адопція, пошук родин. Я по кожному пункту пройдусь окремо, розкажу. На сьогоднішній день, в вересні, ми дуже посилили евакуацію з гарячих точок. Так як йде зима, людей вже другий місяць евакуюють з Харківської та Донецької областей. Відповідно, залишається дуже багато покинутих тварин.
Where is your mind? Humanity cries. You think you are gods, but everyone dies. Don't swallow my soul. Our souls.
Що ти не чув і не бачив, тоді значить ні.
Є цілі вулиці, населені пункти, де немає людей. Відповідно, без людей тварини не виживуть. Ті, які жили з людьми раніше, які були в сім'ях. Ось таких тварин ми стараємося якомога швидше звідти забрати. Проводимо перший етап евакуації до Харкова. Ця робота виконується в дуже складних умовах. Ми їздимо в зони, де постійно йдуть обстріли.
Вы слышите взрывы, просто они прекращаются.
У задимлених містах йду на вершину.
Напевно, я побіг, йому не можна носити ще на давлення. Він на таблетках сидить, поняв?
Коріння отруїли свій сад, Дім безневинні і винні заглядають в небеса.
Надо это, а теперь не выходит,
Росіяни, де бачать скупчення тварин, вони розуміють, що там є люди. Тварини приходять до людей за їжею, за водою, якщо є там ще люди, і б'ють по цих місцях прицільно.
Рыхлистый район, ребят.
І так як ми розуміємо, що йде холод, що тварини не виживуть, ми кинули зараз на це всі сили. За останні 2 тижні ми евакуювали 302 тварини. А за весь період війни нам вдалося евакуювати 3853 тварини, серед них 1688 собак 1595 котів, 599 тварин різних – це і декоративні тваринки, і свійські, і дикі. Так як Харків не спокійне місто, а також обстрілюється кожного дня, тут ми не можемо їх накопичувати, ми не можемо їм надати такої безпеки, де вони можуть повністю відновитися. Тому ми в постійному пошуку для них сімей, також партнерів, як в Україні, так і за кордоном. Шукаємо, хто може їх прийняти на тимчасове утримання до моменту прилаштування. У багатьох тварин знаходяться господарі. Після евакуації ми обов'язково їх фотографуємо та публікуємо в інтернеті. Люди дуже щасливі, приїжджають, забирають тварин, кажуть, ми втратили все, але дуже раді, коли бачать. Так як в Харкові вони не можуть залишатись, ми і їх також, в нас є окремий екіпаж, який транспортує по Україні. Доставляємо у сім'ї, чи це в якийсь притулок, чи організацію. І четвертий екіпаж, він транспортує тварин до Європи. Ми теж доставляємо як в сім'ї, так і в притулки, організації. Частина тварин є, коли господарі звертаються і просять допомогти перевезти. І хочемо сказати, що тварини війни дуже відрізняються від тих, з ким ми працювали раніше. Це відображено на їх здоров'ї, тому що коли тварина залишається без господарів, без їжі, без води, знаходиться в постійному стресі, абсолютно всіх дуже знизилась імунна система. Відповідно, збільшилась кількість захворювань. Якщо ми колись у нас було 500-700 тварин за рік, яких ми лікували, в яких була потреба в лікуванні, то на сьогоднішній день ми вже за 7 місяців війни надали медичну допомогу 1013 тваринам. І останні місяці кількість за місяць все більше росте. От в серпні це 302 тварини, які потребували медичної допомоги. Ті хвороби, які раніше легко переносились, легко піддавались лікуванню, зараз потребують значно більше сил і вкладень, ресурсів. Що є частина тварин, які мають травму внаслідок війни, це відірвані кінцівки, це уламкові, кульові поранення. Але більша частина це пов'язано саме з тим, що імунна система не працює і вони дуже швидко хворіють. Це різні інфекційні захворювання. Цим тваринам дуже потрібно відновлення. Так як в умовах Харкова це неможливо, тому для нас так важливо передавати їх далі, де можуть про них подбати, і де вони можуть відчувати себе в безпеці, тому що це основа для відновлення. Які проблемні моменти є в нашій роботі на сьогоднішній день? Перше – це перетримки для тварин після евакуації. Ми вивозимо дуже велику кількість тварин, але у Харкові, як я вже казала раніше, ми не маємо можливості забезпечити їм умов для відновлення, для реабілітації. У нас є 2 маленькі приміщення, де ми можемо тимчасово перетримати, але цього недостатньо для такої кількості тварин. І їх потрібно вивозити у більш безпечні регіони. Ми вдячні притулкам, які вже відгукнулися на сьогоднішній день і прийняли тварин, яких ми вивезли з зони бойових дій. Це притулки Дніпра, Київщини, Полтави, Закарпаття, Івано-Франківщини. Ми вдячні іноземним партнерам, які прийняли наших тварин і дбають про їх подальшу долю. Це Польща, Німеччина, Румунія, Угорщина, Італія, Іспанія, Фінляндія, Нідерланди. Ми вдячні кожній людині, кожній організації, які беруть участь. І завдяки вам можливий порятунок тварин. Ми готові робити все, що від нас залежить, свою роботу, евакуювати стільки, скільки буде в цьому потреба. Ми будемо робити це до кінця. Але без суспільної підтримки ми не зможемо надати їм повноцінну допомогу. До сих пір залишається ще велика кількість тварин, яка потребує допомоги, яка потребує евакуації. Другий проблемний момент – це лікування тварин. Так як з Харкова евакуювалась більшість ветеринарів, на сьогоднішній день це проблема. 50% тварин, яких ми рятуємо, потребують медичного лікування. У нас не вистачає рук, спеціалістів, які можуть надавати якісну допомогу. Тому ми запрошуємо ветеринарів, які готові до нас приїхати на 2 тижні, місяць, хто скільки може. Ми будемо раді, приймемо, розмістимо. Це буде велика допомога. Ми будемо вдячні суспільству, хто має досвід, як діяти в таких ситуаціях, як знаходимось ми, коли йде війна і тварини потребують допомоги. Можливо, в когось є досвід, як розгортати мобільні шпиталі, як розгортати місця тимчасової перетримки та реабілітації для тварин. Ми будемо вдячні будь-якій підказці. Ми будемо вдячні суспільству, хто зможе допомогти ресурсами. Ми віримо в перемогу України, робимо від себе, що можливо. Будемо раді знайомству, співпраці. Бажаємо всім перемоги. Це зараз найголовніше. Дякую за увагу.
Ми дуже вдячні Ярині за
We are really grateful to Yarina for this video.
Сподіваємося, що
Let's hope that
у них буде більше ресурсів для
they will get more resources to help animals.
тому що, на жаль,
Because unfortunately,
тварин не меншає, тих тварин, яким потрібна
there are still a lot of
допомога.
animals that need help.
Наразі щодо питань.
So, as far as questions are concerned,
Є питання
we do have
YouTube від Наталі
questions in
Ванько
YouTube from Natalia Vanko
щодо
concerning, well, Natalia herself is located in Slovyansk. I mean, now she's in Scotland, but she originates from Slovyansk. And she knows that there are a lot of people who are risking their lives, and she would like to find out how she could help them, how she could help the organizations that are evacuating animals and helping animals in combat areas. So Yarina has shared the information about their activity, about the assistance they need. These are accommodation centers, these are vets. I know that it's not possible to do this from Scotland, but in case you have any chances of raising some money or finding the right people who could go to the sites and provide physical help, or if you could find any people in Ukraine who could be helpful, that would also be a substantial support. And that will also be an effective support. Also,
спитати Олену Кравченко, якщо вона зараз нас чує. Я знаю, що вона також займалася евакуацією тварин. Можна вас попросити підключитися?
Так, зараз.
Just a moment, sorry. I'm just looking for some information.
Дуже дякуємо, що ви змогли до нас приєднатися.
Well, thank you for joining us. Yeah, I've just let our speaker. So could you please tell us about your experience of evacuating animals from closed premises? Did you have any cases that are very much memorable for you? Well, you know, first of all, welcome to everyone. It's great that you're accumulating unique experience with a lot of extreme situations. And in these extreme situations, we have people and animals. And probably everything that has been happening over these 7 months is impressive, but my impression, first of all, is about one case.
І ви знаєте, справа в тім, що вони були покинуті, і більше з них були
It was the case in Kyiv.
Ну, відчули запах такий неприємний сусіди і, відповідно, не знали, що робити. Дуже добре, що хоча б були ключі. Тварини ці безмовні, вони не могли нічого сказати, вони могли лаяти, не могли мявкати, вони дуже були безпорадні. Це так звана контрольна.
So I was impressed with the cases of some kennels, of some breeders. I saw a farm of very nice pythons. And you know, the previous reporter has mentioned that we need to support each other. We need to consolidate our effort in the society. And when, in this case, with the farm of pythons, I was helped a lot with the experts from our zoo. You know, they were staying with the animals all the time, and they volunteers to help us and save animals together with us. The partners of our organization, the protective organization Razom, is the charitable organization, the Angel as they call themselves, and I'm grateful to Vyshinsky Andriy who gave a car. So we took the representatives of the zoo went to the site with this farm, and gradually, under the supervision of experts, we were looking at the animals and trying to check which of them are dead, which of them are alive. So we took those alive and sent them for rehabilitation to the zoological park. And now the issue of rescue of these animals has been settled. This is kind of internal migration, and these animals are now staying under the supervision of experts. We, as volunteers, performed our mission, but we were really impressed with this case. And, you know, to get back to the issue of rescue, we need to identify all animals. Cats, dogs, all pets, they all will need to be identified and legalized. Since then, we'll be able to control the processes taking place with the animals. And as Marina Surkova said at the beginning, we need to bring people to account, because people should be accountable. They should be responsible for pets. Pets cannot be staying for 2 months in closed premises, and they were staying with no food, with no water. And the people who left them actually knew this, and the neighbors had the keys, so somehow you could help these animals. So this is about neglect on behalf of people. This is the issue of responsibility, and I think that even in the wartime we should try and settle these issues, and after we win, we also need to reconsider this issue and to improve the whole situation, in particular the situation related to exotic animals like pythons, which I mentioned. Thank you, Olena. As far as identification is concerned, you're absolutely right. We will get back to that today, later, because will have the presentation from Animal ID Inform with the project Повідок, Leash. So thank you, Olena. And as far as this topic is concerned, we had a question in the chat. And this is the question of how we could help with the evacuation of animals from the occupied territories. So what I can tell you is that this work is also being performed. It's extremely difficult, but we also have volunteers going to occupied territories, and we could also come in contact with them because we have contact data of some of them. So if you're interested in this, please tell us. And now I would like to give the floor to Mark Randall for him to introduce our next speaker. Mark, you're welcome.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you for the amazing presentation and the incredible work of Kharkiv Animal Rescue. It was an excellent presentation, but just to see what you've gone through and what you're doing for the animals is just staggering. Thank you so much. I hope everybody enjoyed that. Obviously, when the war started on the 24th of February, lots and lots of organisations wanted to help. We knew a little bit about Ukraine and Nature Watch Foundation because we'd been working there for 30 years, but obviously never dealt with this kind of situation. The next presenter is Kate. Kate Parker's a campaign manager at Nature Watch Foundation, has spent 10 years working in animal welfare charities, including investigating animal cruelty. She runs a campaign against wildlife crime, normally in the UK, training police officers to enforce the law, advises on legislative change and campaigns for stronger laws. When the war started, Kate took over our sort of response from outside Ukraine to see what we could do, particularly from Poland. So if I give the floor to her, she can explain what we did, and it's a little symptomatic of what other organisations outside Ukraine were trying to do. So, Kate, if you're good to go.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Hi, everybody. As Mark said, I'm Kate, campaign manager from Nature Watch Foundation. So I am just going to share my screen to start the presentation. Hopefully everybody can see that. Can someone just give me a thumbs up that you can see the screen that I'm sharing? Brilliant. Okay, so as I said, I'm Kate, campaign manager from Nature Watch Foundation, and Mark did a great introduction as to what my kind of background is, and it's certainly not responding to animals caught up in a war situation. But as we're probably all joined together in terms of a common denominator, we all had to respond and do what we can do. You may all have heard Sarah, our chief executive, earlier explain that Nature Watch Foundation certainly didn't start its work in Ukraine in 2022. So we've been working on various projects since 1994, including spay and neuter projects, various sort of lobbying for the increased animal welfare legislation, and obviously Mark and Natalie with their police training and the promoting of kindness to animals within the community with various projects, so with children's colouring competitions, etc. But for us, the main question was, how do we, as a UK animal welfare organisation, respond to a war in Ukraine? You know, we're based in the UK. Yes, we've worked in various countries all over the world. But how do we respond, being so far away and, you know, with various difficulties, language barriers, distance, etc. So we got our heads together and spoke to various people, those in Ukraine that we'd worked with before, and came up with a plan as to how we would initially respond from February the 24th. So for us, as we all know, this situation is ever changing on an hourly basis, and it still is today. So we thought about what did we want to achieve initially. So without knowing the situation on the ground, because we weren't physically there at the time, we kind of had to plan for what we thought we knew without knowing actually what was going on. So for us, the key points were assessing the need at the time. So get there, assess the need. What is it that people and the animals need from us, and what can we do about it? So what we wanted to do was, in terms of logistics, is drive over from the UK with a veterinary team and a fully equipped veterinary van to provide initial sort of emergency treatment and aid in etc. at the border areas. So where we targeted first was Medyka and Kulczywa in Poland, and that was based on us talking to people on the ground as to where the key points for refugees and animals coming over were with Poland. So as I said, assess the need. We wanted to, of course, help the people and animals of Ukraine in the situation that they were going through. And by doing so, we would then link in with our contacts that we built over the years in Ukraine to assist with the networking inside as well. As a secondary consequence of that, we wanted to then build our partnerships within Poland. It's a country that we hadn't done a great deal of work in previously, but we're clearly going to be a key area for us to be based from for our response to people coming over the border from Ukraine. One of the key points for us is that we didn't want to be this foreign entity that was going to come over and tell Ukrainians what they needed to do with their animals. So what's been vital for us from day one, and it still remains today, is that we wanted to empower Ukrainians to continue to care for their animals wherever they possibly could, whether that was inside Ukraine or coming over to whichever country that they were then fleeing to. So we had what we wanted to achieve. We initially went over, as I said, to the Medyka border and Kulczywa in Poland, and we, you know, if I'm being perfectly honest, and I'm sure other people would say the same, we weren't prepared for what we saw. It's something that we had no experience of, but actually what we learned on the ground each time we've been is something that then develops the next stage of how we respond to things. So these are some of the photos of partnerships that we built on the ground, and that's purely through sharing information, sharing contacts, speaking to people who are there, and finding out what they know to be able to share our knowledge and share what need is required and was required at the time. So these are just some of the partners that we've worked with. There's many, many others. So these are just some examples. And within these photos, you've got people from the UK, you've got Italy, you've got Poland, you've got America, you've got Germany, you've got Sweden. The partnerships that we've made on the ground have been incredible. And the response, not from the UK just alone, but from all over the world, I'm sure we can all agree, has been outstanding in terms of people coming together for Ukraine and the animals. So, as I said, we went to the borders, and it's something that we had to kind of be on our feet with a little bit in terms of what we responded to. So this beautiful video that hopefully you can all see is essentially the border area inside Ukraine that crosses into Medyka in Poland. So this queue on the left-hand side was, at the time, this is back in March, it was roughly taking about 17 hours for people to get through the border, and it was a cold time, and the response in terms of coming through the border could vary. So sometimes they would shut and you'd have to go back out of the queue, and sometimes it was quite quickly through. So it was quite a varied kind of experience for each Ukrainian that was trying to come through the border. So we took a vet with the vet van. So we were dealing with animals who perhaps had walked for many, many hours. So lots of paws that were burnt, lots of dehydration. Some were already looking pretty emaciated because they just hadn't had the provisions when they were fleeing in a very quick turnaround sort of time. So vital animal aid provisions, the emergency veterinary assistance, whether that was just bandaging, whether it was, you know, giving some coats, which at the time were vital, but very quickly became kind of irrelevant because of the change in weather. And whilst we were there building these partnerships with people on the ground, we went into the local refugee centres, which again at the time was something that were very quick to pop up, but also fairly immature in terms of their procedures and processes to be able to deal with these people and their animals. So we stocked animal aid stations. There's a large sort of former shopping centre around the Medica area that when we went didn't have much in terms of what it was providing for people with dogs, cats, birds, small furries, those sort of things. So we stocked an animal aid station with small bags of feed for people to be able to take away, and also areas for animals to start to decompress. I'm sure you'll hear later on in the conference about the kind of the mental welfare of animals that are dealing with these situations, but you know, on the ground it's something that we can't necessarily respond to immediately for these animals, apart from giving them a safe space that perhaps they can be put away from all the hustle and bustle of a refugee centre at the time. I think going forward, and it's something that again changed when there weren't the numbers of refugees coming over, when it started to slow down. At the time in March and probably April, the bags that I think you can see in this video at the start, so the canvas bags, were a big hit. They were vital for people because there were so many people that had their belongings in carrier bags, as you can see, in a backpack, and they didn't have the capacity to take large amounts of animal feed or anything. So handing out these bags to people, they didn't need to ask for anything, they just were given it. And it was something that, you know, this dog appreciates, let alone everybody else. So I said, comfort, a smile, and a very important squeaky ball got this dog through the long wait of the queue coming over to Poland. So we had the initial trip. We built partnerships on the ground. We provided the initial aid. We provided the initial veterinary treatment that we could. What do we do next? The situation, as I said, was ever changing. It was different every single time I went over to the borders. It was changing on a daily basis in terms of numbers, what the need is, the amount of animals, the ease or lack of ease of being able to get through border control and things like that. So again, each time had you know, a fairly informal debrief, but what else can we do? We've done X, Y, and Z. What's the next? So for us, long-term aid. So since the beginning of March, as I said, we've been out every month, but also have that partnership still on the ground at the Polish borders to keep things going as to what we can do. So these are some of the photos of what we've managed to achieve in terms of long-term aid since February. So to date, and this is with the help of many, many partners, we have obtained and then had delivered inside Ukraine tons and tons and tons of animal feed for dogs, cats, small furries, horses, birds, reptiles, wild animals. The list goes on. There's various vaccines that, again, as time went on, we learned that the need was for vaccinations to legalise animals, to try and prevent further disease and disease control, and also to, with the legalisation side of things, to ease their movement, whether that's inside Ukraine or across the EU. As the time went on, from the winter into spring, summer, and obviously now we're heading into winter, but the necessity for flea, worm, tick treatment was something that became more apparent as the weather kind of increased. So lots of work trying to obtain that, and the difficulties have been, obviously the UK is now no longer in the EU, so trying to get things out without sort of excessive customs charges and things like that from the UK have been a challenge. So we've had to respond and be a little bit kind of creative in terms of where we obtain that, whether it's Poland or through partners within Ukraine. So again, thousands of boxes of the medication that we've managed to get inside Ukraine that will have helped all those animals that are within shelters and also still with their owners inside Ukraine. For us, there's so many things that we would want to get out there. And as you see, the boxes and boxes from the photos have come from donors across the world. So the UK, all across Europe, and from various warehouses that we've managed to partner with within Poland. So the amount of stuff that we've managed to get in is something that I, for one, are certainly proud of, and hopefully it's aided these animals in terms of being able to survive, and also the people to ease their pressure of having to provide for their animals. There's a tiny little picture there, we can see little tubs, and you'll learn about a bit more of that in a second, but essentially they're live worms. So we had a very interesting request from a wildlife centre in Kyiv that had some orphan chicks. So I spent an entire day scouring Poland trying to get these worms that they were desperate for. So that's certainly an interesting day from my perspective. So this video will stay with me forever and ever, and hopefully it will some of you too. So what we didn't know we'd be doing when we would be responding to a war is various things, including a request to get swimming pools over to some pelicans in captivity in Kharkiv. So these beautiful birds did have massive concrete pools that they would spend their time swimming around. However, when Kharkiv continued to be shelled, their pools were completely destroyed. So for about 3 months, these guys didn't have any sort of large containers to swim in or anything. So some wonderful volunteers in Northern Europe donated these swimming pools. And late night, I had a message saying, can you help us? Can we get these swimming pools to Kharkiv for these pelicans? And of course, why not? Let's get these pelicans what they need. So within a couple of weeks, they'd come from where they were in Northern Europe to the warehouse in Poland that we partner with, and some very kind volunteers managed to drive them over to Kharkiv and get these pelicans the swimming pools that they so desperately wanted and needed. So again, certainly a massive highlight for me in terms of what we've managed to achieve. I've already mentioned the live worms for the chicks in Kyiv, which again was a bizarre scenario for me being over there. And something that we are continuing to work with is the dog shelter in Chernivtsi. So we have a wonderful lady in England who still to this day obtains so much donated aid from vet clinics, from the public and things like that, that we've managed to get over to Poland. And she said to me, do you know anybody that is desperate for pretty much a decent sort of veterinary clinic set up? So tables, x-ray machines, scales, etc. And Mark, Natalie and I put our heads together and said, yeah, do you know what we do? We know exactly where this needs to go. So a couple of weeks later, all this stuff that was donated was driven down to Chernivtsi by a couple of Brits who now live in Spain, a couple of nice chaps who just wanted a bit of an outing. And drove them down to Chernivtsi. So that equipment is now in use at the animal shelter for their spay and neutering that they do. So yeah, the journey that equipment went on was just amazing, and it's certainly helping now. So I now go on to a project that is certainly an interesting one. So what we didn't know we'd be doing is anything at all to do with drain pipes. So I've seen, when I was out there, we were thinking actually there's the refugees that had come over, time is now ticking on, those numbers are getting less as some people are returning to Ukraine, whether that's because, you know, that life is difficult where they ended up, or various reasons people were returning. So we knew there was still a need inside Ukraine, whether it's for the street animals or shelter animals, etc. What were we doing next? You know, we're not going to stop, there's still a need, what were we doing next? I've seen similar examples of this in various places around the world and inside Ukraine, where the risk for volunteers to feed street animals was heightened. So what was a setup that they could lower that risk for volunteers, but also maintain the street animals that were within that area? So I went to a Polish plumbing merchant and purchased a load of drain pipes and played about with angles on the bottom and lids and all sorts to try and get a system which could work for street animals and also be fairly weatherproof and something that is easy to set up for volunteers. And this is a setup. This is just, this picture here is just east of Kharkiv. And you can see on the left a rough map of some of the others that we've managed to have installed with volunteers to sustain street animals. So very simply, it's a drain pipe, down pipe with a sort of semi-U bend on the bottom that is cable tied to a fence or lamppost, something tall, whatever they can attach it to, and filled with dried feed. This one doesn't have one on at the time, but they now have screw lids that attach to the top. So for winter, the rain and all the extremities of weather don't get in to then spoil the food. The benefits of feeding stations like this are not only the sustainable long-term slow feeding of animals, so you don't have that initial rush of emptying a 10, 15 kilo bag of dog food onto the street and then it being a free-for-all feeding session, which can last 5 minutes if the food lasts that long, or can end up with fighting amongst animals. So this can provide a contained area to monitor street animals with community support, so in terms of their health, their weights, etc., and also increases reduces health issues such as bloat, so GDV, where if a hungry dog or sort of scoffs and gobbles at food, can cause long-term health issues and ultimately can be fatal for them. Again, going back to what we wanted to do for Ukraine and for Ukrainian animals, was we wanted to empower communities to care for their street animals. So all of our feeding stations that have been installed with the support of the local community. So we haven't installed any where there's any conflict between the community and the population of stray animals that we've got. So here's just some pictures. This chap on the left was desperate to install some. His mother had been putting out her best pots and pans for the local dogs and cats to drink and eat from. And she was thrilled that she could finally have her beloved pots and pans back because he now had some drain pipe feeding stations that he could install along the streets and maintain rather than having to use her pans. So she was thrilled with that. You can see the lids that I was talking about in terms of the screw tops. So we monitor the effectiveness of these feeding stations through the communities on a regular basis as to whether they work, the angles, that sort of thing. And so far, we've had some really, really good feedback about how they can help the animals and also the volunteers who want to feed them. So going on to some animals that we've come across inside Ukraine. So whether they're owned, whether they're shelter animals, whether they're street dogs, cats, whether they were owned and they're now on the street, all of these animals have found themselves in a predicament, and whether that's coming across the border into Poland. This dog here, this is black and white, but the black and white one in the cage was one of the dogs that was removed from Borodyanka back in the earlier stages of the war. So these are just some of the guys that we've met, and it's safe to say we've certainly seen a variety of animals with, hopefully you can see it in the bottom right, but a tiny little terrapin, a 50p piece, that someone who clearly has so much love and compassion for their animals felt that it was their duty to bring over the border as well into Poland. And the beautiful story about this one is that this lady brought her daughter over, who was 15, and in all the chaos on the trains, her daughter actually had a broken ankle. And when she arrived into Przemyśl, so near the Medyka border in Poland, she was desperate to have her daughter looked at the local hospital, of course, it was a priority, but she was in tears at the idea of someone taking her 50p sized terrapin away. So we stayed in the area for a couple of hours to take care of the terrapin, and she had a cat with her as well, so her daughter could get the care that she needed. So just to ease the pressure on her that she clearly felt so strongly as to having to make a choice between her daughter and her animals, which she no longer had to make that choice. So what's next for Nature Watch Foundation? Quite simply, war or no war, Nature Watch Foundation remains committed to supporting the people and animals of Ukraine. The situation is ever changing, as I've kept saying, and we all know, so we constantly assess where our support is most effective. So only in the last couple of weeks, the support that is required for the recently liberated areas is quite clearly high in terms of the animals that are being discovered emaciated, injured in the areas that were previously under occupation. So we continue to partner with people who are physically there on the ground in terms of other agencies to see what is needed, how much feed, how we can get it there, what else do they need, as well as their efforts to remove some animals that need to be removed from those areas. We continue to fund and support spay and neuter projects with the wonderful Natalie, who heads up those projects in Ukraine, and the vitality, so that the necessity of having these animals fed and cared for as well as upping the spay and neutering of them, is clearly quite vital for the streets of Ukraine and the animals, because it's something that we are fully aware have to come hand in hand. So we continue also to fund and coordinate the winter-proof drainpipe feeding stations wherever they're needed and wherever they're wanted by the communities. We are very cautious that not every community inside Ukraine is supportive of stray animals. Only recently I've been made aware of poisonings, etc. So we're very conscious that they are with the support of the local communities wherever possible. So from my perspective, the aid will be coordinated from Poland, as it have been for the last few months. So going into winter, there are conversations that we will have with our contacts inside Ukraine as to what they feel their need is. And finally, from me, the whole team at Nature Watch Foundation, this thank you isn't just a thank you for you who have all attended here and the wonderful speakers that we've got on the conference, but every volunteer, supporter, donor, kind soul from so many countries around the world who have come together, the animals of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. Whether that's a financial donation, aid donation, just some time, some emotional support for when we're all getting a bit too heated and too upset on the boards and things like that, social media support, or just some positive wishes. Thank you so much, because that keeps us all going to achieve what we have achieved and what we will be achieving in the future. So thank you. And a final picture from me. So again, this is a dog who survived Borodyanka and clearly just wanted a bit of human contact for a little bit to get through what they're dealing with. So that's it from me. So if anybody has any questions about anything I've discussed, then please do let me know. Thanks very much, Paul. It's much appreciated. And as I said, we certainly couldn't do what we do without the support from wonderful supporters like yourself.
Sorry, Kate, please don't leave. We've got one question. It was in our registration form. The question is as follows. Have you seen any changes in interest in war and animals in war since Russia invaded Ukraine? So you've talked to a lot of people. You are a campaign manager, so yeah, you probably know the difference. Thank you.
So in terms of interest pre-war to now, or since the war started to now? Do you mean has it dwindled? Is that what the question kind of is?
Both.
Right, okay. So prior to the 24th of February, our work in Ukraine was run by Mark and Natalie. So I solely focused on our wildlife crime campaigns in the UK. So it was definitely a learning curve from February to now for me. In terms of interest from the start of the war to now, 100% that has dwindled, both in terms of the organisations that wanted to help initially and now, for various reasons have moved on to other things. In terms of the press in the UK, you have your main stations that if there's anything that's what they would consider an interesting update on the war in Ukraine, that they will talk about, and also donations and the public. However, what we try to do is then increase the social media element of it. So if we have stories on the ground in Ukraine, if there's specific things that we want donations for, then we'll run that. So, for example, at the moment, the drain pipe feeding stations are something that's fairly unique, not kind of singularly, no one's ever heard of it, but they have kind of, it's unique to us. So we're running a campaign for donations, which will go towards our work in Ukraine. And of course, as a foundation charity, we also have the capability to fund other projects where we can and with various checks, etc. So yes, interest has dwindled, and I understand why with other things going on in the world. But we're certainly going to maintain our talk about it and the necessity for others to get involved.
Super, thank you very much. There is another question about drain pipes from Jill Williams. The drain pipes are the brilliant idea. What about water?
Yes.
And thank you to all people who work on the ground.
Yes. So water was interesting. We did try a few things. Sadly, we were fighting gravity with the drain pipes. for water, because if you put water in them, eventually the weight of the water with the gravity just flushes it out the bottom. So you end up with sort of a very small amount of water that can sit in a U-bend, but you couldn't fill it up. So what we've tried to do with the communities is you'd have your drain pipe for your food, and if they can still provide fresh water, then that's great to run alongside. However, generally with the weather going into winter, there are sort of natural sources of water which animals can use. So for us, the focus was definitely on the feed, because the sources of water were more readily available than suitable feed.
Okay, I guess that this is it. Thank you very much, Kate. It was very interesting and
has Elena got her hand up? Is that a question for me?
Oh,
yeah.
It is. Just a quick question regarding, for example, your pelican video. I have been keeping track of fake fundraisers.
Yeah.
And when things like that are copied and used for fake fundraisers, do you have anything in place where we can report that? Because it is very easy to track using Google Lens or reverse image search, just to let you know, and then you can sort of get a community together to bring that fundraiser down.
Yeah, and it's certainly something that has been quite difficult, but for me, as somebody that wants to see the best in humanity, it's certainly brought out people who take advantage and have stolen money from people donating and all sorts of things. Generally, Twitter is the platform that we would use for things like that. So with I don't know if everybody's on Twitter, but there is certainly a platform of what I would call animal welfare warriors. So as soon as they see something that is quite clearly fraudulent, or they've just popped up and they know that it's a video that belongs to us or another agency, they would generally let me or Mark or the main page know to then be reported. I think sadly, we all have to kind of accept that there are still people that take advantage. So as long as people report it, that's kind of the best we can do in terms of being able to combat that.
So it's okay for it to be reported then directly to you?
So in terms of reporting it, so report it to Twitter or Facebook or whatever the main platform is. It's quite difficult, I think, to be able to report things to like GoFundMe to prove that it's not legit and things like that. But we generally get messages saying, we think this is, it's your content or whatever. And we would encourage people to report it to the relevant social media platform. Whether we then put out a post saying, look, this is fraudulent, this is our video, we sometimes do that.
Okay, great, thanks.
And Katerina has also a question. Could you please, Katerina також має питання. Давайте.
Katerina also has a question, so please. Katerina, I can see your hand raised. Most probably the question is no longer relevant. Okay, thank you. So thanks a lot, Kate, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
And now let's go over to our next topic, which has already been raised today. This is the topic of identification of animals for the sake of improving their ownership responsibility, for the sake of not losing pets. So with this in view, we are here and we have Viktor Kopacz, who is the CEO of Animal ID Info, and he will tell us about his project, a Povy Dog or Leash. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. If you could have my presentation on the screen, let me try and do it myself. Just a second.
Видно презентацію, так?
So I hope that you can see my presentation. Yes. Great.
По факту, Animal ID це...
So, as a matter of fact, Animal ID is a startup, and since 2011, we have been dealing with this initiative because we realized that in order to reduce the number of stray animals by natural methods, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we have to think it over how a lot of European organizations and European countries were dealing with this. We realized that if we identify and register every animal very clearly, we will not have such animals. So gradually, with time, as stray animals and trade and other things. And since 2011, we have been focusing on this, on the matters that are related to registration and the identification of animals. And the Animal ID startup has been implemented, and we are well acquainted with most people present here, and it was with Natalia that we started making the first estimations of animals. We developed mobile apps to support animals, and this application is used throughout the world, and it was Natalia who helped with the implementation of this application, of this initiative. Of course, we did it in partnership with other organizations. For example, we developed the idea of registration and keeping the registry in the shelters, because most Ukrainian animals now are registered in this animal ID, and these are animals from shelters. And also we had the tripping projects. We worked with partners, and we did the tripping of animals for 3 years on a free of charge basis in Lviv, and we also implemented a number of other social projects. But one of our main startup products is the QR token. And before the war, our startup was focusing on the US market, and we sold these tokens at the rate of $20, and we still do this, and it's a very successful activity. And these tokens enable us to very quickly and easily register an animal. And on the 5th day of the war, we passed a decision that I need to go back to Ukraine, and I need to support our team here with social projects. And we started our project Ovidog Leash, and overnight we managed to come into agreement with partners like ATB, OCO, and Master Zoo, which is the largest retails, the largest organizations via which we could actually spread our tokens. We knew that this is not the time for earning money, so the first 50,000 tokens were just given for free to the owners who could download the mobile application, approach a shop assistant or gas fueling station operator, and show that the animal is registered, and they just scan the QR code and put it on the animal's neck. So 181,000 tokens have been given since the beginning of the project implementation, and now in our system we have 60,000 animals more. These are registered animals, and mainly we now also have some refugees from Mariupol, from Severodonetsk, who are IDPs and who are staying in Drohobych, and they're working with this project as well. And let me show you some stories which you have probably seen, because there are a lot of happy stories, success stories, when dogs were, or animals generally, were lost, but then this microchip, this QR code ID, helped to have the animal, in this case the dog, back home. And there was a story known to the whole world. when Russian invaders kidnapped a cat. This was the Maine Coon Max. He was stolen from Bucha, and on an armored vehicle he was taken to Belarus. Then in Belarus he fled, and the owner hadn't seen him for about 80 days. And then she got the information, the message about the geolocation, because volunteers found him in Belarus, and there was a token attack on him. And the first question was, so what is your attitude to our president? And then after she got the answer, gave the answer to the question, she got her Max cat back. And actually this story was highlighted by CNN, BBC, and this story had a very positive impact on the image of the project. Here you can see the list of our projects, of our partners. And when you do great things, everybody wants to partner with you. If you can really do this, and you know how to do this. So we involved federal agencies. They helped us with the development of the very concept. We also involved ACO, the Bear Master too. And the first 40,000 tokens, well, there was a need for them, but then we were joined by other organizations, and they supported us financially. So they, in fact, covered the cost of producing those tokens. These were Japanese, UK organizations. So we found great partners who united around us, and we were lucky with this. Here you can see the network, how we have covered all Ukraine. Our goal was to cover only the west of Ukraine, because we realized that most of all people fleeing the war were being displaced to the western areas or moving across the western borders. And of course, there were a lot of animals who had been lost. And close to the border, you could see a lot of pets just going in crowds, in herds. And then we understood that this was supposed to be our first step. But then gradually we started also covering all ATB markets. So this is not the full map, because tomorrow we're going to launch a project in Odessa region. So with the map will be will have a better coverage, and we hope that thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine, soon we're going to enter Donetsk, Luhansk, and Mariupol, and maybe the Crimea. This is a different project, but this is also about the identification of all animals, and we have partner support. We have a lot of partners, but the first partners came from England. This is IAGER company, IG company, and they helped us with microchips, because you know, borders were not functioning, no sales were possible, so they just gave us those microchips in order to help identify the animals leaving across the border, because a lot of owners were going abroad, and of course it would be much more difficult to arrange this microchipping later. Now we can see some under the skin microchips, visual identification with the token, because it's very easy, and a loving owner will always identify his pet. And here is the contact data. I decided to make my presentation very brief. Maybe there will be some questions for me to spend more time on answering the questions. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions? I don't see any questions as yet.
Питання, ну, якщо... Алла, чекаємо.
Алла, you're welcome. Alла, you have to unmute yourself.
Звук
or you can write your question in the chat.
Яке найкраще законодавство?
So what is the best legislation on registration in the world? The best legislation is probably the microchip legislation of Scotland. And it is the most ideal one because it doesn't have a unified database, but since we represent the country in the European database, and we are very active members, and we are members of different commissions, and we help develop legislation in Ukraine. So this is the topic that I've really worked with a lot. In Europe, not everything is that good with identification, though everybody is aware of the problems of animals, but a great number of animals are chipped but not registered, and this does not protect animals against being lost. But there are also some cases when, for example, a country tries to make all the animals registered, but this doesn't work because there is also some resistance, and then Scotland has taken a different way. They have developed a legislation saying that they're not going to have any databases and to affect those databases, but they will take the data from them, and the databases have to make vets interested and owners interested in transferring this data. So this is not on compulsory basis, but on the basis of encouraging, and the percentage of registration there is really very high. And the coverage is very high, unlike different European countries. But there are also countries like Switzerland, the UK. The registration, the situation with registration is rather fine there, but that is only because it has been there in place for quite a period of time. So if we take some basis for Ukraine, I would take the Scottish legislation.
Ще питання. Як ви ставитеся до
And here is another question. The Ministry of Digital Transformations can register the animals via DS. What is your attitude to this? I'm positive about that. And if I'm helpful with this, I would gladly support this process. But we need to realize that registration is performed not just by people in general, the owners, but by veterinary doctors. If we take a token, it's easy and you don't need TIA for that. But that is visual identification that could actually be torn away, and then it will not work. So it will not solve the problem of strayed animals, it will just solve the problem of losing a pet. But if we want the owner not to kick his or her pet out of home, you need to have clear identification, and this is performed by veterinary doctors. The most complicated thing that we are used to policy registration and not something that takes place on the basis of encouraging. But registration wouldn't work that way. And you will see a lot of opposition. And when there was a moment of time when we were trying to implement this idea in Ukraine, there was a great opposition, kind of revolt, because it was a compulsory process and people don't like compulsory things. So I think that first there should be some programs, some incentives, like we had this in Lviv, and we realized that 30% of animals in Lviv have already been identified with microchips. So it's better to first launch certain programs and then do the implementation of the registration and identification processes. As far as DIA is concerned, it is difficult to elaborate the flow, the sequence within this procedure, because DIA is not about establishment of the document. DIA is only about showing the document, showing the profile of your animal and showing that it is registered. But the very registration process is anyway going through that. So how do we make them interested in working with this? Veterinary doctors normally don't want to have any registration. They just want to have animals identified. So we need to simplify the procedures and then it will work. Thank you. Any other questions? So where can we get your token for animals now? Well, if you can see the map, so throughout Ukraine you can enter, you can download your mobile app, Animal ID. You can enter any Adidas shop or Master Zoo, which is a specialized supermarket for animals. Show the animal profile, and on a free of charge basis, you're being given this token with this QR code. And if, God forbid, you lose your pet, somebody will read this QR code and you will get the location of your animal, current location of your animal, and the person who will scan the token will also see the profile of your animal and will be able to come into contact with you. And if you want to have a personalized token with a label, you can actually go to the Animal ID website and order it, or you can bring other partners that will work. And just in brief, let me mention that we have a startup project which has the goal for every animal in the world to be identified, not just in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we do that. We are rather fine with this because we have a lot of business partners who are helping us, and we have a large brand. Let me not mention it, not to have any advertising, but it produces up to 100,000 necklaces every collars, dog collars every month. So they have those tokens with the code. So thanks to this collaboration with business, I think that on a monthly basis, at least 100 dogs become non-stray animals. So the main idea is for every animal to be registered. And for business, on the one hand, this is all about their brand, their positioning. And for us, we could have animals registered, identified, and then animals will not be lost. So if you have any social projects, please have a look how you can cooperate with business, how you can actually complement business effort. Because since we are more of an IT product, and then it's easier for us to work with business because we speak the same language. And that is the precondition of our success. And I know that there are a lot of other projects which could actually get the funding not only from the IT sector, but could be helped by businesses, and you could also help business. So that would be a win-win cooperation. A lot questions. So question coming from Ola Kravchenko, Victor, to your team. And my dog, whom you chipped in 2015, is sending you best questions and greetings. Are there any animals kept by humans that actually cannot have their chips on the skin? No. We've got elephants, snakes, and we had a project with the Ministry of the Environment, with the digitalization of this data. So there are no animals that cannot have it. Thank you. How do we address if a person has found a dog with a chip? How do we check whether the dog has this chip or not? Well, that is a weak point in the identification microchips, because in order to identify this microchip, you need a special scanner. And now more than 80% of veterinary clinics do have their own scanners. And we're now developing the scanner that which will be given out to all vet clinics And this will be the scanner that will show you right away that he has got the chip, and the owner will get their information right away about the location of the dog. So anyway, you will need to go to the vet clinic asking to scan the chip. And some utility municipal companies, like the Leaf Municipal Company, have such scanners, so they can also check this. But it may be the case that the chip is not registered, and 30% of chips in Ukraine are not registered. That is according to statistical data. Oh, I'm sorry, just vice versa. 30% of chips are registered, while 70% are not. And that is caused by the trend, because all the dogs, all the animals chipped were going to the border, so they didn't register those chips to show that this animal is from Ukraine. And if the owner does not register it, so there is actually pointless, there is no use in the shipping. So if you communicate with some of your members of the organization, please tell them that they need to go to the vet clinic, and if there is a microchip, on a free of charge basis, you can get registered. Our database is free of charge. There is also another free of charge database in Ukraine. But this is the main thing what you need. There are also questions related to Kharkiv, but I think that this is more the question to me about the accommodation places. Suppose you have found a cat or a dog, where can you send him or her? Let me give the answer to Valeria. And the question to you, if there was a token but it was lost, is there any possibility of restoring it? Well, if you have an animal registered in Animal ID and you have a token which is lost, quite often somebody can find this token, give it back to the owner because it has a QR code. If not, then not a problem, just go and take a new token. And there are some animals that have 5 or 10 tokens and different dog colors. So a token is just one of the identifiers. And there is the dog profile or the animal profile to which you can link the token, the microchip, some tattoo, and some identification. So it is important that every owner of the animal adds the maximum number of identifiers for the person, for the animal, if lost, to get back home as soon as possible. And here is another question. What about these tokens? Aren't they used in animal shelters in Ukraine for tracking every animal? When the animals are staying in the shelter or after they have been adopted by families? Well, token is not a GPS locator, and microchip is not. You will not be able to be staying at the computer and looking the way your animal or pet is moving. We just take the locations from the telephone by which we scan the QR code, and the chip is also only an ID number, 15 figures, 15 digits. And now, for example, in the shelter, we have a project, and we want to identify using a microchip every animal in the Syria shelter. That's what we did in some other shelters, and this is required for us to have very clear registration and for us to understand that in Syria there are almost 3,000 dogs, but for example, this animal is, let's say, Lola, and Lola is vaccinated. Well, this is all digitalized, it's all in the database, and it's really too important to understand that identification is just a method. And if a dog has been living for many years in the shelter and will never leave the shelter, so I don't think that you need to tip it. Maybe for some control within the shelter, but not otherwise. And if you give it over to the owner, you need to tip it and to have a token for this animal to reduce this traumatic component, because quite often these dogs flee, escape their owners. The stories could be different. So it's important for this person not to get a trauma get caught before for the second time. And you also need to control a not good face owner. So every shelter needs to tip and to identify them in some way, tokens including. Of course, we do have programs. Now we have a program which just being maintained during the war, but is not very much developed. This is the program within which, together with the shelters, we are developing the system of tokens. If the token was on sale, 50% of the cost of the token was given to the shelter. I mean, 50% of the profits. Now, it's not possible to work with this program very much because we have a lot of other things to do, but we will still have it. Thank you. A lot of information. I think that we all need to think it over. I can see that there is another question from Julia, right? No? Okay. So thanks a lot, Victor. And now we will have a break. We meet at 3:30. And we will have the presentation of Olga Kirilovich from the UPOL organization. Thanks a lot to you. Thank you for what you're doing, and I do believe that we will win. Definitely we will.
Okay, so thank you. Yes, so we'll be online 10 or 15 minutes before the end of the break, just to be able to readmit people who decide to come out for whatever reason. If you do have any questions, keep putting them in the chat. What I will have to say is those incredible presentations this morning. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Kate. And thank you from Kharkiv Animal Rescue. Amazing presentations. And this afternoon, we've got, I think, 3 more really, really good talks to listen to. Huge variety of subjects. So have coffee, have a break, and we'll see you all back here in about 45 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We're just getting
Recording
ready.
in progress.
Thank you. We're just getting ready for the first presentation of the afternoon in UK time, morning North American time, probably late afternoon Ukrainian time. We've got some great presenters this afternoon. Just want to check that we've got the translators back online.
Hey, could you please point me into English Ukrainian booth, because I don't have the functionality somehow. I'm not sure.
You have on the bottom, you have an interpreter.
I don't. Well, yes, I don't have it. I used the link that I received from you, but I don't have it automatically. So I would need to ask you to appoint me manually.
Yes, we will do that. We will do that right away.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are we with translation now?
Well, still the same. I'm still waiting to be
Okay.
in the booth.
Okay.
Yeah, we're waiting for Zoom to allow to add you as one. We're just checking that out. We're having some difficulties with adding translators. Zoom doesn't allow us to update them right now, so we're trying to fix that. We should be okay with the translation now.
Здається, всі повернулись з перерви. Можемо працювати далі. Зараз хочу представити цілу команду чудових людей, які кожна з них є автором чудових ініціатив зоозахисту. І разом вони є співзасновниками організації ЮПО, яка зараз робить просто чудову роботу з допомоги тваринам всієї України. Це Ольга Кирилович, Оксана Кошак та Інна Доронюк. Будь ласка, вам слово. Будемо раді чути про вашу чудову роботу.
And we'll be happy to listen about your work. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Oksana Koshak, if you happen not to know me. Thank you for your kind introduction, and I would like to thank all the speakers and all the organizers of this conference, which has been planned for several days. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for all the hard work you do and you did before the war and keep doing right now in these difficult times. And to present, I would like to give the mic, pass the mic to my colleague, Oleg Kunkurovich, who will actually tell us why our work is so important right now. Good afternoon. Before we start our presentation about UPA and the innovative crisis management for the well-being of animals in Ukraine, I would like to thank all colleagues, the speakers who have already spoken today and who will be presenting during this conference. Thank you for your contribution to the well-being of animals in these difficult times. Thank you very much for all the work you do. So let us start. Well, for you to understand the general picture, this slide is more for the international audience than for Ukraine, but I don't think anyone has the general statistical data. Over the 216 days of war, we have heard more than 11,200 air raid sirens, and that means that each hour we hear at least 2 air raid sirens. Back in March, Ukrainian Air Force shared this infographics on the internet for the global community to understand the scale of the disaster. They compared the 5 years of war in Syria and 22 days of war in Ukraine. During the 5 years of war in Syria, there were 100 missile hits. In Ukraine, it was 1,100 over 22 days, and end of August, the figure was 3,500. We don't have any updated information, but we know that the figure is rising all the time. And despite the fact that the Russian army has fewer and fewer missiles left, they still figure out other ways to attack our country. Now these are the drones which are attacking the Odessa and Odessa region. And these are the conditions in which Ukrainians have to live and the animals have to live as well. And at the moment, we have 158,000 dogs and cats which need help. And we need 1,600 tons of pet food per month. So our system will presupposes that people leave information that they temporarily cannot take care of their animals because they have lost their homes, because they have lost their jobs, because they have to move somewhere and they can't take the animal with them. And our humanitarian organization works to cater for these needs, to provide food and medications for cats and dogs. Starting from the first day of war, we started collecting the requests from everyone in need, trying to figure out what kind of assistance they might need. We have created a special website where each and everyone can register and indicate what pets they have. These also may be shelters, not only individuals. So these may be both individuals and physical and legal entities. And then we compile the lists, following which we distribute humanitarian assistance to different regions of Ukraine. At the moment, we have a different version of this website. We will simplify the registration procedure and we will have separate modules for vet clinics, which also need support, and also for the advocacy organizations. And I would like to add that you see we have on the slide it is indicated that it's an open system to help cats and dogs in Ukraine, but now we get many requests to help horses, and we help them as well, and also to help bears. We did not cover very wide target audience of wild animals, for example, because we know that there are other organizations which will present here and they occupy this niche. We have a very narrow focus on what we are doing, despite the fact that we actually help mostly dogs and cats of Ukraine, but we also help some other animals. So we collect the data and then analyze the data very carefully to understand who is in need right now. Over 6 months of war in Ukraine, we have seen that the share of homeless animals is 41%. So these are the ones who are registered on our websites. And here we have the shelters and also people taking care of the homeless animals. There are animals who used to live in the streets and also the animals who came to live in the streets because their animals, their owners died or the animals were lost in the process of evacuation. More than 40% of those registered in our system are the animals who have owners. So these are the pets, and 20% of them are pets and people living in the areas where active hostilities are taking place at the moment. Now we have almost 4,600 requests. That's the data at of end of August. We don't have the data as of end of September, but we can definitely tell you that the figure will be bigger this month. On this slide, we can see the dynamics of provision of humanitarian aid to animals. So each column reflects the period from March to May. This is the first column, and the second is from June to end of August. And you can see quite interesting changes there. So, for example, the first two columns, which include the shelters, we see that the requests for humanitarian support have decreased almost twofold. And we can conclude that this is partially because they have started working with international donors directly, and they do not send their requests to us, and therefore they get assistance from those who sympathize with them, and they get more financial support. Very often we get some requests from the international donors concerning the use of these funds for us to make sure that the declared number of animals is actually there and that the money that was transferred by European or other organizations were actually spent on the respective needs. Then we have green and purple columns. So these are pet owners. So green ones are the ones who live in the relatively safe areas, and the purple ones are those who reside in areas of active hostilities. So you see that the number of pet owners filing requests has increased. It can be explained by the fact that people who have left the dangerous areas have gotten access to internet. They learned the information about the possibility to get humanitarian aid from our organization, and now they can also apply for this assistance. Also, the number of animals cared for by volunteers has increased. There are many animals living in the streets because of various sad reasons, because of losing their animals owners, and that's why more and more volunteers take care of these animals. So we can see that the kennels have filed almost twice as few requests as previously, and also the number of requests from charity organizations has decreased. So this dynamics shows that practically every organization has managed to find their niche. And while in the first months of war, everyone was doing everything and everyone was helping everyone, now we can clearly trace that each organization focuses on certain type of assistance they provide, and charity foundations which did not focus on helping animals, they work with people, with the military, and the humanitarian assistance to animals is provided by specialized humanitarian organizations. What concerns the number of requests related to animals in circuses, zoos, and service animals is remaining the same, and it's very little in comparison to other figures that we have. When we started collecting the requests for humanitarian aid, we saw the needs to prioritize the regions, well, in terms of the how critical these requests were, and we organized it into the table to understand which regions have sent the biggest number of requests and where there are the biggest number of animals in need. So you can see that the Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Dnipro regions have the biggest number of requests. The tendency started in the first month of the war and has been unchanged throughout the whole time. Having received this data and having analyzed them, we can see that we can also use some derivative data. For example, if we take the correlation between the number of regions, the animals in the region, and the number of requests from the region, we can make some very interesting conclusions. For example, if we compare the Kyiv region, the Kyiv Oblast, well, the number of animals to number of requests is 47 animals, 47 pets per request. So 47 animals will per person require assistance in Kyiv region. And if we take, well, some average indicators, well, of the number of animals in regard to a person in Odessa, then their figure is 51, which is even more than in Kyiv. In Sumy, where the number of requests and number of animals is pretty much the same as in Odessa, the indicator is 12 animals per request. So this gives us grounds to understand that we should keep working with this data, and then we will try to distinguish between various types of statistical data that we have received, how many animals are homeless, how many of them are pets with homes, and we can have statistics according to all the regions and then figure out where the situation is the worst, so where we could direct the sterilization efforts first and foremost. And I think that we should also additionally inform about the results of our research. So we are waiting for our new website to be launched because it will provide more in-depth statistical information. And I think that this data will be interesting for the animal protection community in Ukraine in general. On this slide, we wanted to show you the growth in the number of requests to help animals with every month. And below, you see the receipt of humanitarian aid. So you can see that the biggest amount of incoming aid was in March, of course. That's when everyone was sending everything to Ukraine and sharing it with everyone. So the only thing you had to do was to receive and to distribute that. Then the tendency was quite expected. It was not a surprise for us. So the amount of humanitarian aid was decreasing, and in May it became apparent that we will not have this mass incoming aid anymore, and that has become a specific work to attract the donors and the attention of the global community to protection of animals in Ukraine to be able to ensure a stable level of incoming aid. Oksana says that these figures concerning the humanitarian aid are in tons. And this work required very prompt scaling of our team. We started on the 25th of February with 3 persons on the team, and by the end of August, we had already 130 persons. We had regional coordinators and, managers of regional warehouses where they receive and distribute humanitarian aid, and they service not only the cities, but also the oblasts. We have many volunteers working at these warehouses, helping to unload and then to transport everything around the region. And also we have volunteers feeding the homeless animals, taking care of them. So this is a very wide network of people who are involved into these processes. And I can tell you that the work of UPAL work in Lviv, team in Lviv is only a part of that, because the rest is done by our regional teams, and we are really very grateful to them for that. Generally, our areas of activity include 4 sectors. The first one and the most extensive one, this is crisis management. It appeared as a response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But we also work on long-term infrastructure projects, on educational projects, and also on, legislative initiatives. Because we deal with the problems of animals in times of war in this presentation, so we'll be talking about crisis management the most, because this is what is most relevant in this regard. This area of activity includes the delivery of pet food at veterinary supplies, and also vaccination campaigns, also fundraising campaigns for urgent needs of shelters, patronage for destroyed veterinary clinics, and we also engage volunteer vets to help us in Ukraine. We provide psychological support to veterinarians and also work on other current projects. What concerns the delivery of veterinary supplies and pet food, what concerns pet food, we have delivered 842 tons of pet food in the priority regions. These are the northern, southern, central regions, and also partially eastern regions of Ukraine. We focus on the regions that have suffered from the invasion, the ones which are in the area of active hostility right now, and the central regions, which are a kind of a transport hub and all evacuation routes go through these regions. Many people spend a lot of time there, and we try to support the IDPs. Over 6 months, we have ensured 148 deliveries to regional centers, and having calculated the overall number of kilometers, we have covered around the country. So this is equal to, the diameter of Earth, the circumference of Earth. So 80,000 of dogs and cats have received the monthly ration of pet food, and we have covered 47% of all requests on our website. We deliver veterinary medicines necessary for the work of veterinary clinics. Here we have Alexander Zubko from Dr. Vet Clinic, which is located in Ohtyrka. This is Sumy region. I guess these pictures are not that impressive, because you can see this is a nice clinic and a nice vet, and he has received a lot of humanitarian aid. But before that, everything looked like this. Ohtyrka is a small town in Sumy region. It is located 50 kilometers from the Russian border, and it's inhabited by about 50,000 people. So this town has only 2 vet clinics. One is municipal, and the other one is the private clinic by Alexander Zubko. The clinic was destroyed, and this town was in occupation. It was occupied as one of the first, and as a result of the invasion, we had to help the vet. We understand that supporting the vet clinics by medications and any other supplies they need is very important, because this is the driver of Ukrainian economy. Our business should work, our business should pay taxes. But at the same time, the final beneficiaries here are the animals, and we are interested in vet clinics and vets being able to provide quality assistance so that the clinics can save the animals who need this or that help every day. And that is why we have delivered 10,533 packages of veterinary drugs to different regions of Ukraine, to different vet clinics. They include anti-inflammatory drugs and very other drugs. So what concerns insectoacaricides, well, we give preference to dogs here because we know that these kinds of infections are mortal for them, lethal for them, and we can say that we have treated more than 21,000 dogs in Ukraine. When receiving humanitarian aid in kind, meaning when these are the pallets from the European countries, we often see various drugs for animals. So we look through all this in the process because we need to check the best before dates. If it's already past the date, we can't distribute this to the regions. So we check all the dates of every bottle, every package, and then we put aside everything which is overdue. And these drugs are then supplied to the Lviv University for Veterinary Medicine, where they use it as a training material. So it's not a bad thing that we have the medications which cannot be used on animals because we have found a way to apply them. What concerns sterilization is not a priority, but if we receive the targeted funds to spay and neuter, for spay and neuter campaigns, so we undertake to conduct campaigns like that. We have already spayed and neutered 162 animals. So this is rather nationwide campaign in times of war, and we are grateful to our partners who focus on this area of activity because we do understand how important it is to maintain stable levels of homeless animal population, and we're grateful to everyone who helps us do that. Quite recently, we have started some fundraising campaigns to support animal shelters and other organizations who take care of animals at the moment, because the longer we cooperated with them, providing them with pet food and everything else they needed, the more we learned about their bigger and more pressing problems. For example, we held a fundraising campaign to raise 6,000 euro to purchase a vehicle for the Shan's shelter. It was very important for them because they are a big shelter and they do a lot of work working with homeless animals in Zaporizhia, and they can't do that without a reliable means of transportation. They needed to transport pet food and also to transport the animals if they need to bring them to a vet. So we are really grateful to everyone who helped raise this amount of money. This is quite a significant amount of money, but thanks to our donors and our followers on social media who donated big and small amounts of money, we managed to raise the money to purchase a vehicle. And we also raised money to make a drinking water well at 80 Horse Club. They have many internally displaced horses and they had a problem with drinking water. So they were very much dependent on the volunteers who brought water in bottles to these horses. So thanks to people from the armed forces of Ukraine, we managed to actually raise the necessary amount of money to organize a drinking water well. So it's great that people will actually try to work together, because even the smallest donations may help us solve some problems and do good things for animals, not only in terms of food or medications. So, 45,000 hryvnias is not, a big amount of money, so you wouldn't be able to buy a lot of water. Well, that way, that's why we decided to have a water well there. So now they have this water well, and they have a constant supply of drinking water. When we started the campaign to deliver the medications to veterinarians and vet clinics, so we use the same system we use when we work with the recipients of the pet food. We have the video reports on our Google Drive, and each and every of our donors may actually go there at any time and see what was happening there. So when we started looking through these reports received from the vets, we saw many comments explaining the context where these pictures were taken or where the videos were taking place. So we heard some explosions and the vets continued still operating their animal patients. So we realized that we need to offer the vets more than just medications. We understood that their their load on their mental health is just the same as of regular doctors working with the wounded. And actually, these vets sometimes also help save people. So we initiated psychological support for vets, and we have already offered 144 free of charge sessions, which help the veterinarians to overcome stress and to restore their mental health in case they have lost their business or their homes, or but if some near and dear people have lost lives. We collect the stories about the vets in times of war. We want to translate them into English, and we will publish a book which will be available to the global veterinarian community, because we believe that the things done and experienced by our vets treating animals without the necessary tools and medications, their personal dramas, the attempts to combine the vet practice and service in local territorial defense. Or, for example, when a husband is in the army and the woman is his wife is a vet, and she takes care of 5 children and still practices veterinarian medicine. These are impressive stories. Please join us. We have published the announcement on our social media pages, and there's also the email where you can submit these stories. We will have a professional literary editor, and we will have an illustrator, and we believe that this book should definitely be published. So this is a very brief account on our side, but we have done everything we could to establish an effective system to receive and distribute humanitarian aid to the regions of our country. And we are really grateful to everyone who spent their time and resources to feed these animals. All animals are equal to us in times of war, both the ones living at home and the ones living in the streets. And we are trying to support everyone, even helping the shelters and the kennels. We believe that in these horrible times, all animals are equal and want to eat, just the same. So we would like to thank all those people who spend their time, spend their efforts to work for the joint cause. And we believe in our victory, just as all participants of this conference, I believe. And together we can achieve 2 things. The first is that we have to work hard every day, doing what we can do the best. And the second, when we join our efforts, we can do more and we can prevail over our animals. We are open to dialogue, open to cooperation. And we would like to stay in close contact with you, and we hope to win the war very soon, and to have a great celebration in Ukraine, and to organize a live conference, an on-site conference after that. So this is what I would like to address to Natalia. We should definitely gather for a conference after the victory. We will have many stories to tell. And we would also like to say hello to you from the whole UPA team in Lviv. And I think that our regional coordinators would also join us in that. Well, thank you. We would like to thank all the organizations and all the speakers present here. Thank you for everything you do for the well-being of animals in Ukraine, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to its heroes. Thank you very much for a great presentation. There was a lot of interesting information, and you do a lot of different work. Thank you on behalf of all animals in Ukraine. We will probably have many questions, but I suggest that we have them separately. We will share the contact details of your organization, UPA, so that people can address you directly. And we'll be collecting the questions if we get them. And then probably we should make a separate video as an interview, for example, answering these questions, because that might be interesting for many people. That's a great idea. Well, we were trying to, be in time, but we know that there are so many topics that could be discussed, and we have so much information we can provide. So if anyone is interested, please don't hesitate to contact us. We are open to dialogue and cooperation. Thank you. And now I would like to pass the mic to Mark for the next presentation.
Thank you, and I will definitely be coming to the conference in Lviv. Thank you, Olga and Oksana, for everything you do. Thank you. For our next presentation, we're really lucky to have Andrew take some time out from an incredibly busy schedule presenting around the world. Andrew Campbell is an expert on family violence and the associated risks of harm for adults, children, and animals residing in homes where the violence occurs. Andrew recently obtained his Master's in Public Health from Purdue University and has presented at over 100 conferences and trainings since 2019. He's authorised 12 academic publications over the last 2 years that include papers cited by the FBI, the CDC, and in over 700 international academic studies. Andrew's so busy, I'm quite sure that number has gone up since this was written. His book, Not Without My Pet, Understanding the Relationships between victims of domestic violence and their pets, was released in September 2021. In addition to being an author, researcher, and educator, Andrew also speaks as a survivor of family violence in childhood. And I'd like to give the floor, the screen to Andrew. Thank you very much for joining us from America today.
Thank you, Mark. I want to thank you, first of all, and all the other conference organizers too, for this opportunity today. I truly am honored to be a part of this program, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity to present today. I also want to thank all the translators who make it possible for so many to be able to hear these messages, these important messages today. And I also want to thank you for listening and giving me the opportunity to speak with you today about a topic I feel a great deal of passion for, one that I think is just so extremely important. And that being, in a broader sense, I'll be talking about family violence. And when I say family violence, I'm talking abuse and harm that occurs within the walls of the home. And we know obviously that abuse and violence is harmful and hurtful wherever it happens, but something even more obviously harmful when it occurs in your home, the one place you should feel safe. So we're looking at things such as child abuse, partner abuse, pet abuse, when I'm thinking family violence. Today, I'm going to put a special emphasis, as I often do, on the pet piece of all of that and how pets play into everything. Now, with only 30 minutes, I'm going to throw a lot at you in a short period of time. I'm also going to try not to speak too quickly because I know we've got a lot of translation going on. But I do plan to cover a lot. I'm going to look at a few different areas and angles of this topic. And then we're going to look at essentially, what happens when we protect animals in this scenario and what happens when we don't. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and jump in to this presentation. I often ask why these topics, why the focus on family violence and the emphasis on pets. And I'm an author and an educator, excuse me, and a researcher in this area. But more than any of that, I'm a survivor myself. You see a picture of me with Shelby there. At 14, I woke up, and this certainly wasn't the first event like this that happened, but rather a culmination. I woke up to my mom screaming, crying in my room. My dad forcefully stepped over her to leave the room, kind of made a big scene and left the house. I'm not sure when he was planning to come back. He had done that several times in the months that preceded that event. But I at 14, I helped my mom up to her feet, and I said, "Hey, if you won't let my dad back in this house, you, me, and my younger sister will make it. We'll figure it out. I don't know what it looks like. I know it's not going to be easy, but we'll figure it out." Even at 14, I could see just how harmful partner abuse can be. Now that was overwhelming. I often say, even when the perpetrator of abuse leaves the home, it's not so much that the harm stops as that it changes. So it's even that day after my dad left and my mom trusted me and the three of us got through the next several years, certainly wasn't easy. The only reason I'm here today is because of the dog you see in that picture there, Shelby. I for a long time, the next probably 10 years or more, I feared every night my dad would return to kill my mom. So even in youth, I would sit on the back porch there in clear eyesight of my mom's back window. Because I figured that's where he'd come. I didn't think he'd come through the front door. I thought he'd come through her window there in the back. And I would sit out there every night till 2 a.m, 3 a.m, 4 a.m, just waiting. I was afraid that if I went to sleep and that it would happen. And all of those nights, Shelby sat right there with me. Some nights he would lick the tears from my eyes while I cried because it was quite overwhelming. And other nights he would actually kind of stand on the edge of the yard and kind of look back and say, I've got this. Shelby never spoke a word, but he always said everything I needed to hear when I needed to hear it most. I'll talk a little bit more about him as we go on, but certainly I would not be here if it weren't for that dog. And that's where a lot of my passion for this topic comes from. Probably, and I shouldn't say probably, it is the proudest accomplishment that I think I will ever or that I will ever do is breaking the familiar cycle of abuse in my own home and with my wife creating a safe environment for our kids. But again, I'll finish up with that thought and describing why Shelby was so critical for me to be able to break that cycle and not continue that cycle of harm and abuse, but rather create a safe environment for my own children. You see my son Will there for his 5th birthday this year. Not a bad birthday gift. We went and saw Paul McCartney. And that was Will's first concert. It's going to be tough to top that. I don't know what we'll do for a second concert. It probably will go downhill from there, but just a tremendous and wonderful experience with my son there. I firmly believe this when we're thinking family violence, when we're talking about abuse, harm in the home, you can't best help any you see pictured here unless you help all pictured here. And by that, I mean adult victims, child victims, and pets, animal victims in these homes. I truly believe it. You have to view them as a team. We can work to help one, and that's good. But again, if we're not helping all three, eventually, again, I think it kind of counteracts, or will counteract our work eventually. We have to include all three in our planning and in our initiatives if we want to best help any here. You can help the adults, again, but if the children and pets are still suffering, that adult still suffers right there. If you can, protect a child, but forget to include or neglect to include their pets, that pet is a critical part of them. And if you don't include that, you're again, forgetting part of that child as well. So again, you have to protect all if you want to best protect any. As I said, I'm going to kind of go through a lot of different angles of this topic and stay within our time frame here. But I'm going to start by talking or sharing some specific examples when pets are targeted in incidents of family violence. This is quotes from victims. "It wasn't until I told him I was leaving that he began to target my children and cats. Unfortunately, this is something I see often. perps sometimes describe targeting animals in these homes as a way of quote unquote changing up the violence. This may be, when they sense that the victim or the adult victim is about to report the abuse, is about to end the relationship. I hear perps just describe this idea of I needed to do something different. Again, they're looking to inflict as much harm and gain control and power in the household. And often they decide the best way to do that is to target, again, those often most vulnerable in these homes, being children and pets. He said if I left, it would be a death sentence for my beagle. My kids love that dog so much, and I knew he would kill it if I left. So I stayed for 5 more years. Heartbreaking reality. In many communities here in the US and around the world, we don't include pets in family violence planning. And again, if we fail to include pets, we often will exclude families that will not come without their pet. And this is a good example of that. Again, in this community where this quote came from, there was no allowance for pets in the domestic violence shelter. The adult victim knew that if she left that pet behind, that he would be killed. The threat you see listed there, it's rarely an idle one. When perpetrators say that they're going to harm pets in the home, they almost always carry it out. Victims know that. They know that threat carries weight, and it can be very effective, again, in delaying their response and their opportunity to seek safety and help and assistance for the entire family unit. The cats are completely different now that we have them. I remember how skittish they were in her home. It's as if they were absorbing the fear and stress my daughter was experiencing. These are the heartbreaking words of a father who lost 2 daughters in a double homicide. One of the daughters had just ended a relationship, and her ex-boyfriend knew that the sister had helped give her the confidence and courage to do that. So he laid in wait and ambushed and killed both of them. The father, though, and I was part of a domestic violence homicide review team for a couple of years there, and that's where I came in contact with this story. And I'll never forget what the father describing the cats in that home. He said, we'd go and we'd visit my daughter, and the cats would just act odd. He said they'd kind of be off in the corner. They'd be kind of just acting very odd for cats. And we used to make fun of them and joke, like, these are the strangest cats we've ever been around. And he said, but now that my wife and I have adopted these cats after we lost my daughters, I'm realizing, they're acting normal. They're acting like you would expect a cat to act. And I'm starting to understand and better realize that the cats weren't acting weird so much as they were trying to tell me something. They were absorbing that fear, that anxiety, that stress, the trauma that my daughter was experiencing when we weren't there, and they were exhibiting it behaviorally. And we can often see animals do that, right? Absorb fear, stress, and anxiety, that is being experienced by the humans they are so tightly connected to. When we think about why pets are targeted in these homes, I think I already talked about the fact that pets are often very vulnerable in communities. But I also think we need to think about what they provide, and that helps us better understand why they're often targeted, unfortunately. Think about pets you have now, pets or animals, non-human animals that you've had relationships with in the past. Think about some of the characteristics and things they've provided for you. And all of these things, obviously, are such critical components for emotional health and well-being. And that's just for on the normal day-to-day for anybody. These types of things are important, but how much more so for people who are experiencing trauma, residing in a disaster-torn area or living in an abusive home. These pets are often life-saving. I go down this list and I think of my own dog Shelby, and everything on that list he provided. The other reality is particularly for children in abusive home environments, pets may be their best and only chance at some of these things. Now, that's not a knock at the adult victim in the home, not saying that the adult victim doesn't want to provide these things for the children as well. But the reality is in many of these homes, adult victims have so much taken from them, they have little to give. And it's not so much that they don't want to be there for their children. When you're a victim of abuse ongoing, it takes its toll, and it means that there's little left to give to children and others around you. And it's just another unfairness of abuse victimization, and that it limits your ability to be there for those you want to be there for. So we often see pets filling that role. So again, I think this is why they're often targeted. perpetrators see that these pets are working in the opposite direction of what they're wanting to accomplish. The perpetrator wants to create an environment of fear. They want to create this idea that the human victims in the home are alone, they're isolated. Pets are working in the opposite way. And I think that's why they often can become targets of these perpetrators. I think it's important to note too that when we're thinking about animals and the role that they can play for these victims and in providing support for humans, is that we're not just talking cats and dogs, but animals in all forms and types. You see some picture here. I think particularly in more rural environments, we see livestock and other types of farm type animals that again can provide this role. I'm reminded of a now man, but he was describing his childhood, and he said, as a boy, our cow on our farm was my source of support. As soon as I got off that school bus, I was running to our cow just to tell it everything. That cow was what got me through, talking to it. And obviously it didn't answer, but it listened. And so again, I think it's so important to note that when we're talking about this, we're not just talking dogs and cats and what you think of traditionally as pets, but really any animals. Again, if it's more about what the animal is providing for the humans in the home, that being support and encouragement, that makes them a target. Obviously, no animal would be safe when a perpetrator resides in these homes. I'm going to share quickly some findings from this particular study that kind of builds off what we talked about and looks at this idea of a domestic violence perpetrator, partner abuse perpetrator, who also harms pets in the home. So again, we talked about why these pets may be targeted. We shared some examples, but looking at it from a data perspective, what does that mean? When the domestic violence perp also targets pets, what does it look like in the home? Is it more dangerous in the home? Is there greater risk in the home? That's what I looked at in this study that you see here that was just actually republished in the journal last year. And I'm going to share just a few findings from this study. What I did for the paper is I looked at different characteristics of partner abuse and then explored by stratifying it by if the perpetrator has a history of animal cruelty in the home or no known history. So when we look at things such as rape or a history of forced sex, just in general, 8% of partner abuse victims in my study, and I'll add the data collected from my study came from police officers here in Indiana in the USA. Police officers responding to domestic violence collected this data. I analyzed nearly 10,000 police reports for this study. So a lot of study or a lot of reports and incidents involved, and here's how things broke down. 8% just in general. But again, just knowing one thing, that perp also has a history of harming animals, more than tripled the rate of rape in these homes. Strangulation, again, something we're very concerned about. We know high risk of fatal outcomes when strangulation is involved. We also know it's a key marker or predictor of a future homicide in the home. Very concerned by strangulation. 47% in general. Again, just know one thing, know that perp harms pets too, and we're up closer to 80%. And then finally for today, in this study, I looked at a lot of other things as well, but for sake of time, I kept it just to these three variables. Looking at victims living with daily fear they will be killed. And this is important. When we think about post-traumatic stress disorder, we know the most severe symptomology is associated with the chronicity or how long one fears for one's life. So again, fearing for it every day. And again, it can look a little different, right? In my case, I feared for my mom's life every day. But again, when we think about that stress and anxiety, the impact and the effects are often the same on the human body, on the brain, and other key systems. 35% in general. Again, just knowing that one piece, right? That the perp also harms pets in the home quickly elevates it to 80%. There was no variable, at least in my study, that I could find that seemed to increase risk across the board in these homes than knowing that this partner abuse perpetrator also harms pets. So again, we know that these pets can provide life-saving support when they're kept safe. Conversely, though, when they're targeted, we know that's bad. We know things are about to get really bad in that home. And again, it's something we have to pay attention and note. I'll also add, for sake of time, I didn't include a slide regarding it, but that risk that's increased when pets are harmed in these homes is not just for the family, but for responding officers as well. I published a paper, I believe it was last year, that explored that topic and also noted that not only when we find out that pet abuse is occurring in the context of domestic violence, not only does that mean bad things for the family, it means that anyone who responds to an incident in that house, meaning often an officer, would be at elevated risk as well. As I said, conversely, when pets are protected and they're kept safe, you see the life-saving support that Shelby gave to me. As I would get older, I would contemplate suicide. You know, I was just being crushed by the amount of stress every night, literally every night, sitting out there waiting. And just the, you know, I worked multiple jobs. I had to quit sports. My whole life became consumed, you know, in keeping my family safe. And the stress was considerable. And as I said, many times I was very close to ending my life. I tell you, if it weren't for that dog that you see there, I would not be here. I would not, I don't think I would even be alive, but I certainly wouldn't be here doing this work. I can't put into words what Shelby did for me. Again, it speaks to the importance, you know, and when we can keep these relationships safe, again, they are life lengthening, life altering, life changing, life saving for these kids. I really believe that we often find that to be the case in these homes, that the well-being of the children and pets is truly intertwined. Again, they're often the most vulnerable beings in the home. So as I said, if we know pets are being targeted in the home, those children, if they're not already being targeted, they will be. And at the very least, they're going to be significantly impacted by the harm to those pets. We have to view them as intertwined and interconnected. Now, this is my most recent study, which I published earlier this year. I looked at animal control reports. So I often use animal control reports or police reports as my data source in most of my studies. But for this study, I looked at any time children were involved in animal control reports. So I looked at if children perpetrated acts of animal cruelty, if they witnessed it, and if they were involved in a cross-services report, meaning child welfare was investigating the welfare of children in the home and noted concerns regarding animals. And so we saw kind of a cross-reporting there. What was interesting to note is no matter how children were involved in these types of incidents, they seem to be at great risk in every case. And in particularly when there was a cross-services report, the child almost always shared the same outcome as the animal in the home. So if animal control was responding for concerns of neglect, it was noted that children were also being neglected in the home. Animal control responding to a stray animal, and guess what? It was often a child wandering with that animal who was also lost. Animal control report for animal cruelty, concerns in child welfare for child abuse as well. It really drove home the point to me that, again, the well-being is often intertwined. You can't help either without helping both. And I think it's so important that we consider that. Again, thinking about what pets provide, they are often critical to these children, especially from an emotional support standpoint. Anytime disaster, trauma, anything is occurring, children often rely heavily on these animals. Sadly, as I said, if that relationship is not protected, if we see these animals being abused, we can see children actually go on to become the abuser. And unfortunately, we know that's often the case. There's many reasons why children themselves will engage in acts of animal cruelty. But one reason is watching a perpetrator do it in the home who seems to get what they want, right? So if the perpetrator of domestic violence begins to target pets and it results in the adult victim deciding not to report it, to delay a report, the child sees the perpetrator seemingly get what they want in the action, and maybe the child begins to commit acts of animal cruelty as well. Maybe they just see it and it becomes normalized to them, right? Children are very dependent on their caregivers to help them establish what normal looks like, what's healthy, what's normal. They see adults that are trusted or should be trusted doing these things, they begin to do it as well. Whatever the reason is, when children are engaging in these acts, we have to pay attention. We have to consider, again, with the idea of a shared well-being often the case, if children are committing acts of animal cruelty, is this child a victim of abuse themselves now or in the past? If we don't effectively intervene, these children are at very high risk to go on to commit further acts of violence in the home, in the community, and in the classroom. And unfortunately, we see many examples of this, even just looking at here in the US, school shooters and mass shooters. Even the most conservative estimates say that at least 54% of school shooters in the US have a known history of animal cruelty that preceded the act. We also see even in recent events, some of this same type of history. Again, often this idea. It doesn't mean that every child who commits animal cruelty will go on to become a mass murderer or engage in a school shooting incident. But again, we have to pay attention to it because we know many who commit these acts do have this history. And again, it just speaks to the importance of taking it seriously and working to effectively intervene. I'm going to wrap up here in our next 6 minutes or so. Maybe it might be 8 minutes. I'll try to keep my talk right at 30 minutes. I just spoke on this topic in Texas for 6.5 hours. So it was tricky to condense, and I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but we'll finish strong here in the last 8 minutes. I wanted to look at next, what does it look like? How does disaster impact and affect this? And again, as you know, I another paper that I just published last year, I talked about this, and what I noted in the paper is disaster always furthers disparity. So any areas that we're failing at, or that we're behind in, or that are underappreciated, don't get enough attention. When resources get even less, obviously attention gets even less. So unfortunately, we see cracks that we talk about children often falling through the cracks. These cracks only widen and become huge and large gaps, and we just see more and more falling through. When we look at disaster in particular, and again for this paper, I looked at natural disasters. Regardless of the type of disaster, we always see a dramatic increase in family violence. Sometimes, again, as much as 600%. And I think it's important to note, if you look on the disasters on the left there, it really, again, doesn't matter the type of disaster. So it's not so much that an earthquake causes an increase in domestic violence, but rather the conditions created by disaster, right? And I think in many ways they mirror other types of events, such as war and other things such as that, where we see this upheaval of society. We see obviously fear for one's life and safety, increased stress, limited resources, things such as that, always tends to increase, or we see an increase in family violence. How does that impact pets? Well, again, they become even more important to the humans that are so tightly connected to them. I described again, all the critical things and characteristics pets provide. Again, even more so in times of trauma and stress for these families and these humans. We can think of many examples of disasters and pets, and even from the earliest recorded disasters. Here's an image of the mummified remains of a child clutching a dog. This is from Mount Vesuvius eruption in Pompeii and the surrounding areas. So even from the earliest recorded disasters, we see evidence of humans clinging tightly to their pets during a time of disaster, and we see that pictured there. We know when we can protect pets in disaster and allow them to stay with their humans, that good things happen. It can become a protective factor where humans are more likely to seek safety from a disaster if they can bring their pet too. Otherwise, they're going to stay right there and stay in the danger. Again, if we don't account for pets, we're not going to protect the people connected to them either. When they are separated from pets at a time of disaster, everything I've talked about is only worse. We think about the normal things that children experience in disaster, which is declining mental health. We think of stress, we think of anxiety. Studies indicate that is only compounded if the companion animal that they so deeply are connected and tied to is separated from them at that time when they need the most. It just intensifies the negative impact. So again, life-saving when we can keep the pairs together, really life-altering and sometimes life-ending, life-shortening if separated. I certainly found that to be the case for me. Kind of a hard photo to look at, but that's a picture of me right before I lost Shelby. I had never planned on what I was going to do after him. I didn't think I was going to be alive for it. I had planned to kill myself. I was so dependent on that dog for my daily, just getting by every day, that I had no plans of a future without him. And I can see that. I see it in my eyes in that photo, and I remember what I was thinking. And I was going to end my life. And it really speaks to, again, when things get bad, these kids are going to cling even more tightly to these pets. And it's so critical that we find ways to keep them together. Because again, it can be an important continuity and support and in comfort at the time when they need it the most. Again, like I said, we protect it. Good things happen. So here you can even see in cancer wards of hospitals and areas where children, again, are suffering life-ending or shortening illness and very serious illness. Just bringing in an animal, a dog, maybe that's not even known to them, can provide such comfort. I used to work at a children's hospital, and you could just see the impact of these pets just walking through the halls, not just on the children, but on the hospital staff as well. I've talked about school shootings today. We also see dogs brought in as therapy dogs after a school shooting in the U.S. And many of these dogs in some of these school shootings have just stuck around and become fixtures at that school because of the continual support and comfort that they provide. Not just saying that it looks like pets can help in these scenarios, but there's actually good science to confirm that. This study looked at the harmful effects of cortisol, which is one of the hormones our body releases when we experience stress. So when we experience stress, our heart rate goes up, our blood pressure increases. Cortisol is dispersed through our body to bring us back down, to bring us back to normal. When it's pumping through our blood and body too much, which is often the case in abusive or trauma impacted disaster areas, it can cause great harm to our bodies. But studies show that just the presence of a pet dog can mitigate that harmful effect. Studies have found that pet dogs can be actually a better buffer against the harmful effects of stress for children than their parents. For women, it can be a better buffer than their best friend. And for married partners, it can be a better buffer than one's partner. So again, studies continue to show that dogs are awesome, as are all animals in all forms and sizes. I'm going to wrap up here to keep us right on time. But again, as I said, I've shared kind of a chronological sequence of photos of me and Shelby. One of the biggest things that I always feared, and as I said, I didn't plan to even live really into adulthood. Never figured I would have a family. But once I got a little older and started thinking about it, I really was scared to have children. I thought, there's no way I can be a good dad because I didn't have one. I don't have a blueprint for what that's supposed to look like. How could I be a good dad? But then I began to realize that I actually did have a blueprint. I thought back to my relationship with Shelby. And again, it's so important for kids, for adults alike. When you're in a difficult, trauma-impacted, trauma-infused environment, dogs, pets can be that one bright spot, that one reason to keep going, that one reason not to end it all, that one reason to get up tomorrow morning, and that one reason to try to better yourself, to think that there's something better out there. It kind of makes sense. If humans are harmed by other humans, they're going to struggle to trust other humans. I think that's why they, particularly children, often cling to these pets, and they're so critical in terms of the emotional support they provide. I know it was this relationship here that made my own relationship now with my kids possible. I would do anything just to go back and just have one more chance to say thank you to Shelby. I remember that our last walk together, that was my escape. Shelby and I would go for long walks in the fields around my house, and that was when I felt normal. But I remember the last day, Shelby's legs gave out from old age, and I often say, I picked him up and I carried him home that day just as he had carried me for so long. I know he got me through the bad, and he has he has a paw, or probably even four, in the good I have today, and I'm eternally grateful for that. Mark mentioned the book I wrote. If you have interest, that's available on Amazon, also on my and other websites as an ebook or a paperback. Also, you'll note my contact info here. If you look at the bottom there, the Campbell Research and Consulting, if you just go to www.campbellresearchandconsulting.com, you'll find all of my studies I make free there. So anything I shared that was one of my studies, you can download any of those. I make sure that they're all available for free. And so you can find any of that info there. Other ways to contact and connect with me as well. But thank you again, once again, for this opportunity and for giving me the chance to share this message today.
Andrew, thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. It's difficult to follow it, really. But please reach out to Andrew if you need anything. And I've got a funny feeling we might be hearing from you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Natalie.
Дякую дуже. Було цікаво слухати.
Thank you. It was very interesting. Listening to this presentation, I hope that the information will be spread, and it will be not only us who shares this information. And we're coming back to our Ukrainian speakers, but they are from the faraway Canada. We have Alexandra here. She's the representative of the Vets Without Borders Foundation. This organization does a great job, and Alexandra will share the information about that.
Легко вам сказати, повертаймося. Я якось намагаюся зібрати себе докупи після
Good afternoon. So it's very easy to say get back And but you know, I'm just it's not that easy. I'm grateful that I'm in this company of such speakers, such great speakers. I'm impressed with all speakers and all presentations, and I think that all those presentations make a whole puzzle, and this puzzle will be even more comprehensive at the end of the third day of our conference. And all the examples you are mentioning really fit into my topic, because I'm going to talk not that much about the veterinaries without borders in Ukraine. So as Natalia has mentioned, we really have something to be proud of and to share. But I will speak more about the concept we apply in different countries, including in Ukraine. Let me show some slides, but then I will get back into this visual format, and it would really be a pleasure for me to see your faces in case this is possible. I know that for 2.5 years we have had the pandemic, then the war, and I really need this physical format of speaking, and I don't like speaking to black cells. So if there is a chance to see each other at the end of the day, I will really be grateful to you. So let me share my screen to show you some stories. Stories that will illustrate my materials. So in these pictures, to be more specifically in the first picture, you can see fungus, the mushroom, a fungus which got in 2007 to the US and America. It was safe for people, for animals, dogs and animals in the zoos, but it appeared to be fatal for bats. Bats started dying in hundreds, even in millions later. It's a sad story of bats, but it's a rather distant one because this is year 2007, bats, America. So what do we have to do with this? But in the second part of the slide, the story becomes closer to us if we recall that bats eat mosquitoes thousands per night, which means that bats disappear, millions of bats disappear, and there appear millions of mosquitoes. Well, mosquitoes, well, it's not that critical, right? But at the same time, mosquitoes, maybe in Ukraine, it's not such a problem, but mosquitoes are often carrying some contagious diseases. And also, pesticides are used to kill mosquitoes, and these pesticides are left in our lungs, and they cause a lot of diseases, human diseases. Also, bats and mosquitoes have another effect represented in the last picture, because bats also make flowers blossom and give fruit. And there is one fruit when plant which then cannot be used for producing tequila. Well, people think that you can deal without tequila and without cocktails, but instead of the pictures which I've got, we could actually place other things. Instead of bats, we could have other types of animals, species. Instead of agave, from which tequila is made, we could have potato, and disappearance of potato may have a drastic effect on our health and on our lifestyle, on our diet, and on the way we generally survive in this world as people. Also, in these pictures, you don't see any people. Or you just may imagine a person having a cocktail glass in his hand with tequila. But this first fungus, which was brought to America, was brought most probably on the clothes, on the shoes of a tourist who came from Europe. So the role of humans is also quite visible here. There is another story, the story of tortoises. I came to know that the gender, the sex of marine turtles or tortoises is determined by the temperature in which they are developing. In case the they are developing in the cold temperature. I mean, they are maturing. These are males. In the hotter temperature, these are females. With global warming, of course, we're going to get more female turtles than male turtles. But the scholars are very eager to experiment, so they placed into the cold water, which according to all the forecasts should provoke development and maturing of male turtles. They added a lot of plastic. They did not invent anything. That was not any special plastic, but just the plastic that anyway we do have in rivers and in the seas. And they just increased the concentration of plastic in this environment to see what happens. So what happened? About 1/3, about 31% of the eggs that were supposed to become males were feminized. Well, again, turtles, bats, this is such a distant story. But from my personal experience, I can tell you that, well, before the beginning of the war, of the invasion, one of my relatives died from cancer, and a lot of my acquaintances have different reproductive problems. And when we start analyzing this, we could understand that all these shifts in the nature, all these shifts worldwide are becoming much, much closer. I know all these stories due to the thing that I work in the international organization Veterinaries Without Health. I work in Canada, but we do have a lot of other branches throughout the world. And the Canadian organization works with more than 10 countries. This is Ghana, South Sudan, Vietnam, Laos, in Canada, of course. And since March 2022, it has been working in Ukraine, and I'm the Ukrainian program manager. And today we will speak more about Ukraine and the reality we are facing here. But at the same time, I would like to give you this insight of the global prospect to show that many stories which I can hear from my partners, from my colleagues from different countries, and a lot of stories I've heard from today's speakers at this conference. So a lot of those stories mentioned during the Animals in War conference are not just about animals. They are quite often about people, about the link between animals and people, and about the environment where these animals and these people live. This link of joint life of animals and people and the environment, these three spheres, is researched using the principle I'm going to talk about. This is the One Health principle. And by One Health, we don't mean that it's just the first or the second, but it means that one is united. It is a multi-aspect notion. Quite often, to demonstrate how this principle works, we use pictures like this one, where we can see a human, an animal, and some plants, or this diagram where you can also see this One Health approach, and the idea behind it is the same, that we have human health, we have animal health, and we have healthy environment where we live. I like this picture more because here we can see a diversity of people, of animals, and even bats appear in that picture, because there are a lot of animal species and there is a lot of diversity which we shouldn't forget about. Since when we speak about One Health, we mean here the animals staying with us and the animals which represent wild nature, and also the ones which seem not to interact with us like bats, but in an indirect, implicit way, they have some effect on our lives. This image is often called a triad, the One Health triad. We have some arrows showing that everything is interconnected.
The study of One Health and this concept started with the studies of diseases. The diseases that can be communicated from animals to humans, the so-called zoonotic diseases. By the way, you can write in chat if you have any questions, but please, if you have any idea, write about this. What is the percentage of diseases in the world that belong to zoonotic, so the ones passed from animals to humans? Just write a figure, suggest a figure in the chat, whatever comes to your mind.
Скільки це у відсотках? Скільки
What is the
хвороб
percentage
всіх хвороб є
out of all the diseases?
від тварини до людини? 20%.
Okay, you suggest 20, 70%. What are the other options?
Важко виступати в кінці дня.
It's difficult to be the last speaker for the day, you know. Okay, 1%, 10%. Okay, so we have a wide range here, right? From 1 to 70%. Impressive, right?
61.
It's actually 61. 61% of diseases are animal to human diseases. It looks quite a lot. There is another figure, even larger, the diseases of animal origin, which doesn't mean that they are communicated from animals to humans, but they first appear in animals. And this figure is even more impressive. This is 75%. And it is with the study of these diseases that the study of the One Health approach started. Because it used to be the case that human health and animal health were separate things. People go separately, animals go separately. But with the development of companion animals, we started thinking that, okay, we do have rabies, probably we need to have our dogs vaccinated, but this factor is much larger. And when we speak about zoonotic diseases and diseases that first occur in animals, we can actually recall quite a lot of examples. Even COVID, which is still not over, swine flu, and a lot of other epidemics that we do remember. So they even contain in their names some animal words like bird flu or swine flu. A lot of diseases have already been overcome. We know how to treat them or even to prevent and control them. Sometimes they still go out of our control, like rabies. That is a disease that is absolutely preventable. We can work with that if we have the vaccination going on. But anyway, we can hear that in Ukraine, once a year, we do have some case of rabies when a person, a human, got it. Unfortunately, there are much more cases among domestic animals. Why does it happen so? The point is that we are living in the times when people live the closest to the animals than ever before. We are getting closer to animals to get their milk, meat. We want to have them in our houses as pets. And the most widespread idea is about dogs and people, but also a lot of people have some exotic pets, like you may have iguana, and you can actually continue with this list. This could also be a raccoon, for example. And, you know, traveling and trading have never been that simple. During the COVID and the war, it's not exactly the case. This is not the most illustrated example. But recently, that's really true, because even 50 years ago, 100 years ago, these movements of people and goods and diseases as well were not that easy. Now it's not that complicated as it used to be.
Також ніколи раніше ми так сильно не відчували наслідків.
Also, we never felt the consequences of crisis with global warming, with climate change that much. And it has never been the case that human effect on nature and on animals has been so strong, both direct and implicit effect. Why is it important to talk about this in Ukraine now? Because the war, on the one hand, puts a lot of secondary things to the secondary plane, because we have to focus on simple things of life, death, and protection of the country. But at the same time, war aggravates these problems. And during the wartime, all the things which I mentioned at the beginning about the diseases and connection between animals and people is still there, but it takes more complicated form because of the more complicated circumstances. So let me stop my sharing my screen for me to see you better and to speak to you in this format. And let me tell you how this One Health approach could generally be implemented during the implementation projects. Ukrainian program of Veterinaries Without Borders is the most recent ones, because most of the programs in most countries and in Canada in particular, they are about 17 years old. In Canada, this is also considered to be a young organization, not very much experienced, because there are some organizations that have been dealing with the same issues for 35, 30 years, and they are well-known organizations. But anyway, 17 years of experience in different countries, that is quite a lot. And this experience has led veterinaries to the situation when they work with animals, which is absolutely logical because of the name of the organization. You need to work not just with animals, you need to work with the environment. What does it look like in practice? Veterinarians Without Borders are well known because they send volunteers, veterinary doctors, volunteers to different countries for them to share experience and best practices and just to help locally where this assistance is necessary. For some period of time, these were only veterinarians, but then it became clear in the communities where these veterinaries work that communities sometimes need some more assistance, and they need not just veterinaries, but they also need talks, discussions, explanations, like, for example, why it is important to do spaying and how they should treat animals. So it became clear that the volunteers perform the role of not just doing the medical part of work with animals, but they also perform the function of having some talks about health. And this is not just about only the health of animals, but a wider idea of health. That's why about 5-7 years ago, the concept of sending volunteers changed a little bit. And now if we have a look at the opportunities available on the website of the organization and the volunteers who have got to other countries recently, these people are quite often no longer veterinaries. And we often send, under the auspices of our organization, some public health experts who could also be working with people, and probably their experience is working with people in hospitals, or even maybe they worked as researchers in the field of climate change or in the field of economy, contemplating how we could make the economic situation in the community better. So another option our organization also works with is sending not just one person, but a group of people, including both a veterinary and a human doctor and some climate change expert. While thinking about this model in Ukraine, well, unfortunately, following Canadian legislation, we cannot send volunteers to Ukraine now, but we work with Greg, whose presentation will be delivered at this conference, and we are sending volunteers to Romania, where they have a shelter for animals, and there are a lot of animals from Ukraine. And thinking about this model, this approach, we actually face a lot of opposition. So I'm happy that I can talk to you about this, because at this conference, we do have people who really care for animals and their life and health. But most people I'm talking to in Ukraine who do not belong to this field find it difficult to understand the whole idea behind it, why it is so much important to take care of animals, and why it is so important to take care of animals through the prism of this link of taking care of people. Why are these things so much interrelated and relevant? And please, I would also ask you to help me with one micro task. When we speak about One Health, remember I showed you different logos. There could be 3 different circles overlapping, or 3 circles connected with each other, or these 3 components, people, humans, and environment, could be described as a triangle. You can write a triangle for yourself, draw a triangle for yourself, or just imagine that you have this triangle with a top, and try to distribute people, animals, and environment to different corners of this triangle. Just in your mind, try to make this distribution. So we have people, animals, and the environment, and each component gets into a certain corner of the triangle. Have you done this? So write in chat, what have you got on the top here? Who? People, animals, or environment?
У когось, напевно, там будуть люди, у когось тварини, у когось...
Maybe somebody will have people, somebody will have animals, somebody will have the environment there.
Цікаво, середовище.
So it's interesting. The winning answer here is the environment.
Ну, бачите, якісь...
Most of you have taken this. So I would say that you're unique people, because normally I can hear absolutely different answers, and normally there at the top of this triangle we get people.
Ну, такий приклад, недавно ми оголошували...
And here is an example. Quite recently we announced a competition of grants, and I was placing an announcement on some public space sites where normally such organizations place their announcements. So I placed an announcement, and there was a need to take a category for which your announcement fits. And there are a lot of categories there, but animals is not present there as a category. So I was rather frustrated to see this. But then when we started talking to our partners, to our stakeholders looking for new partners, I just realized that people really see it that way, that people are at the top and animals and the environment are there at the bottom. And because of that, most of my talks about One Health are based on the fact that people need to take care of the environment and of the animals to be happy. I don't like this approach, but I use it because then I can at least convey the message about the importance of One Health to the people who need to know about this, who need to hear about this, and with whom we need to discuss this. That's why, again, I will have the request to you, as to people working with the topic of animals and with animals in general, try to convey the idea that animals are important. Animals are not just there at the bottom of this triangle. We need to take care of them because they can bring a communicable disease to us. This is one thing, or it's just not pleasant when they die. But it would be good if we could have this talk as a peer-to-peer talk. For all of us to understand that people and animals are sharing this planet and coexisting on it as equals. Today we have heard quite a lot about how important animals are, how important this link between animals and people is. And I think that animals really deserve this. they deserve this support of ours, not just in terms of physical support, but in terms of having some discussion dedicated to them, and we need to speak about them with respect and love. And that's what I hope very much for. And I think that this is really important. Yeah, I see that I just have 1 minute left, so I will not use it, but let me just express my gratitude to you for finding some time to join this conference. Let me express my gratitude to the organizers for hosting this conference, and let me wish all of you to have a safe day today. Thank you.
Дякуємо, Олександро. Це було
Thank you, Alexandra. This has been really informative. And as far as questions are concerned, let me just mention what is written in the chat. So question is, what is the percentage of diseases that are transmitted from humans to animals? But you don't know the answer to this question. Okay, and if there are any further questions to Alexandra, we may actually read them out. I'm really happy to see here very many familiar faces, or if not faces, then at least surnames, because we work with a lot of interesting organizations. And here is the question: what is the most interesting project in Ukraine? Well, now we are supporting food provision for animals, and we are partnering with the UPO, but we also cooperate with them in terms of people, support of people. We have a Spain project with another partner. I don't know whether it's interesting, but we just have to deal with it. And GladBet is our partner in the project of online consultations that you may get via your phone, via chat or video conference call, via the Mets Consult website. I know that similar projects are also available in other places. So for me, this project looks the most interesting, since in parallel with online consultations, we have also launched some awareness raising educational events, both for animal owners and for veterinaries. And we've got quite a positive feedback to this training for vets. So we will continue moving ahead with this direction, and we intend to have a large webinar for veterinaries related to the topic of burnout and support of their mental health. And it will be specifically for veterinaries. This is a popular topic in Canada, so I think that there are a lot of advantages in bringing this program to Ukraine. And I think that the most interesting projects are the future projects, because we hope very much, as we have spoken to UPO, we will go over from crisis management to the development stage, and we will continue implementation of projects in Ukraine, but the focus will be more on awareness raising, on education, on talks about therapy, therapy, and this link between humans and animals. Thank you for the question.
Дякуємо дуже.
Thank you. So, Mark.
Okay, so thank you. 8 amazing presentations in one day. Technically, it went well, which is always a good thing. Some of the presentations, just so much information to absorb. I understand if you go onto YouTube, you'll be able to watch them again or watch ones that you haven't missed in your language. Thank you for setting all that up. For those that attended, your time. Thank you for giving your time over. And those in the background, translators, IT, sorting out all the problems to make it run smoothly. That was amazing. Thank you. Tomorrow, we start at 10 o'clock Ukraine time, 9 o'clock Central European time, 8 o'clock UK time. We've got another jam-packed day of presentations organised for you. Please be there. If you've got any questions, stick them in the chat either now, or if you think about it in the morning, post them again in the morning and we'll pick them up. I haven't got anything else to say other than thank you very much. Enjoy an evening, enjoy some downtime, and we'll catch up tomorrow morning. Thank you.